Yeah, good morning, everybody. Sorry for slightly late start and sorry for myself making it slightly later still. First, just need to do a couple of housekeeping announcements. We're not expecting a fire drill because we had one slightly earlier. So if we have an alarm, it's likely to be the real thing. In the event of having to evacuate the council chamber, please leave by one of the 6 emergency exits around the side, and they're quite clearly signposted. And then please assemble at the far side of the front car park, which is back outside the way you came, nearest to the park entrance. Officers will then be on hand to assist as needed. Could I ask everybody please to turn their mobile phones to silent? And could I also ask people to note that the meeting is being recorded today and will be live streamed on YouTube. At the end of the representations from the parties, the meeting will be adjourned and the subcommittee will retire to make their decision. The parties can remain in the room if you want to, but must turn off their microphones as the meeting will remain live on YouTube during that period. Okay, thank you. The first issue is for the subcommittee to nominate and appoint a chair. The chair will then make formal introductions and read out the procedures and then lead the meeting. Thank you.
I would like to nominate Mike Brown as chair.
Okay, thank you. My name is Councillor Mike Brown and I'm the chair of this subcommittee today. Those present are Councillor Jim Adcock to my left and Councillor Alan Thwaites, and we also have Clive Tobin, who's the legal advisor to this committee today. In addition to Clive, we have officers present: Joanne Belcher, the Regulatory Services Team Leader; Sarah Flower, the Licensing and Compliance Officer; Simon Greensmith, the Licensing and Compliance Officer; Adam Green, Senior Democratic Services and Scrutiny Officer; and Sarah Evans, Democratic Services Officer. Now, I'm informed that the following are to be in attendance today. For the applicant, Parish Councillor Cherry Underwood from Stavern Parish Council. For the licence holder, Will Hazelrig, the Noisley Festival Organiser; Lisa Gilligan, the Noisley Solicitor; Chris Beale, the Noisley Sound Consultants; and Stuart Southwick, Noisley Security and Traffic Management. And the interested parties attending today, who will be invited to make representations, are Parish Councillor, actually Parish Councillor Malcolm Goff is not in attendance now, is that correct? Just make that adjustment. Parish Councillor Ian Lowther from Barkston, Plonga and Redmile Parish Council; Andrew Gurr. We were advised that there'd been a misprint on our sheet, but I haven't amended this bit. Duncan Shores, Kelly Davis from My Melton, Borough Councillor Christopher Evans, and Robin Marston, who is Environmental Health Noise Consultant. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Chair, only the 2 that you referred to, which was Parish Councillor Malcolm Goff and then Parish Councillor Sarah Tuttle.
Thank you. Do any members have any interest to declare? That's members of the subcommittee.
I would just like to declare I'm a trustee of Melton Mencap, and one of the speakers, Kelly Davis, also has an interest with Melton Mencap, but we've not discussed anything. I haven't talked to Kelly for maybe a couple of months, so that's okay with everyone.
Any other declarations that need to be made? Thank you. I'll just go through the procedure that we'll be following today. The licensing officer will initially present the report. After that, the applicant or their representative will present the application and address the representations with an opportunity afterwards for questions. The interested parties, including responsible authorities who are present, will then be given the opportunity to present their case, and after the presentation, there will be an opportunity for questions. The licence holder and their team will be given the opportunity to present their case, and after the presentation, there will be an opportunity for questions. The parties will then be given the opportunity to make closing statements. Once we've completed that process, I will adjourn the hearing to enable the subcommittee to retire and to make a decision. We will be accompanied by our legal advisor, who will advise on the law and any relevant guidance or case law. Any person may be represented by a person of their choosing, whether they are legally qualified or not. Any person may withdraw their representation at any point during this hearing. The subcommittee and legal advisor may ask questions at any point in the hearing to clarify any matter. This is not a court, and as such, strict court rules do not apply. The hearing will follow the procedure I have just outlined. Any evidence to be given will not be given under oath, but I should remind parties that providing untrue statements is a criminal offence under the Licensing Act 2003. Any comment, statement or question must be addressed through me as the chair and notified by raising your hand. There will be no direct cross-examination by any person of any person. Questions will be permitted at the allotted times. I have and will exercise the right to intervene and interrupt any person if that person is provided evidence or asking questions that are not relevant to the hearing today or to the 4 licensing objectives, which are, firstly, the prevention of crime and disorder. Secondly, public safety. Thirdly, the prevention of public nuisance. And lastly, the protection of children from harm. If any person behaves in an unruly or disruptive manner, I shall exercise my rights as chair to adjourn the hearing and consider removing that person. Before we start, can I confirm that all the parties have received the appropriate paperwork? Yes. And finally, the regulations state that all parties must have an equal length of time to make their representations. Sorry, we were having a pre-chat and we couldn't come to a clear conclusion on this. But we've decided is, rather than set a maximum time, we're going to ask, does anyone believe they need more than 10 minutes to make their presentations?
I think as we're going to be after the applicant and the interested parties, in the interest of transparency from the outset, it is likely that it's likely to take longer than 10 minutes. But so I don't wish to set off on the wrong foot.
Chair, if I may, I know you haven't heard the applicant yet or the parties making representations, so it's very difficult for you to answer with any degree of certainty. But do you propose just presenting your case or calling any the experts to effectively give evidence? And if so, how long would you think each of those would take?
The only expert I intend to call to give their own evidence will be Mr. Beale, our acoustic expert, given what the representations tend to focus on. So I think a reasonable estimate would therefore be 20 minutes. But obviously I say that, waiting to hear what comes before us. But Mr. Southwick, who's our security and highways expert, I wasn't proposing to call him. Obviously, members of the committee and others will have the opportunity to question him directly, but I wasn't proposing to call him.
Do any of the other parties here today wish to comment on the length of time that should be allowed? Gentleman up there. Well, I'm looking to my colleagues on the subcommittee. I'm inclined to set the maximum at 20 minutes because, as was explained, the legislation requires that we give an equal maximum. It doesn't mean you have to lengthen your presentation from the 12 minutes to 20, but by setting the maximum of 20, I think that's fair. And as indicated, when anyone is speaking, they will be given a 1-minute warning when we reach the 19-minute mark.
And I certainly
I would
don't
encourage
intend to
people-
go to the end
Yeah.
unnecessarily, you know.
I would encourage people not to feel they have to stretch out their representations to fill that 20 minutes unnecessarily. Thank you. Okay, so is everybody clear on the procedure that we're following today? I'll now proceed to the first report, which is from the licensing officer, and invite them to make it to the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. In November 2021, Noisley Festival Limited applied for a premises licence within the Melton Borough, having previously held the event at Knowsley Hall, Billiston, Leicestershire. During the consultation period, representations were received, so the matter was heard by the Licensing Subcommittee on the 17th of January 2022. The application was rejected by members as they were not satisfied the applicant had demonstrated how they would promote the licensing objectives specific to the site and proposed capacity. Knowsley Festival Limited appealed the decision and it went to Leicester Magistrates Court on the 26th of July 22, where a court order was issued vacating the case and endorsing a consent order to allow the licence to be granted. As a result, premises licence MMA 0324 was issued on the 26th of January 2022, allowing an annual 4-day music festival, including camping for 14,999 persons. The first event took place under the new premises licence between the 6th and the 9th of July 2023. The next annual event is scheduled to take place between the 11th to the 14th of July 2024. The premises licence allows for exhibition of films, performance of live music, playing of recorded music, performance of dance, entertainment of a similar nature, late night refreshment, all indoors and outdoors, and the supply of alcohol for consumption on the premises between the days and hours of Thursday, noon until 4 a.m, Friday, 10 a.m. till 5 a.m, Saturday, 10 a.m. till 5 a.m, and Sunday, 10 a.m. till midnight. The opening hours of the licensed site are Thursday to Sunday, 10 a.m. till midnight. During and after this event, Melton Borough Council senior leadership team were contacted by local councillors as well as residents raising concerns regarding traffic, noise and general disruption to the rural environment. A meeting was held at Melton Borough Council on the 8th of November 2023, where Knowsley event organisers met with local ward and parish councillors and members of Melton Borough Council senior leadership team to discuss concerns regarding the 2024 event. On the 9th of January 2024, Melton Borough Council's licensing team received a premises licence review application from Stathern Parish Councillor Cherry Underwood. This was advertised around the premises location in the form of blue notices and on the Melton Borough Council website. The 28-day statutory consultation period took place between the 10th of January 24 and the 6th of February 24. And during this time, 19 valid representations were received, 1 who wished to remain neutral. 18 were from members of the public, including parish councils, described as other persons in the legislation. The responsible authorities, that being police, fire service, trading standards, development control and planning, environmental health, public health, licensing and home office alcohol licensing team were consulted and 1 representation was received from environmental health at Melton Borough Council. Following the agenda send-out, additional information has been distributed to all parties as requested by the Knowsley Festival Limited team, Barkston, Plunga, Red Mile Parish Council, and Kelly Davies from My Melton. I would ask that members consider carefully all the information which is available to them in the agenda pack before making an informed decision on the application based on the 4 licensing objectives, that being the protection of children from harm, preventing public nuisance, prevention of crime and disorder, and public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask whether anyone has any questions they wish to ask of the report. I will invite questions initially from my colleagues who are members of the subcommittee. They have no question. Anybody else wish to ask questions of the report? Thank you, Sarah. Somebody switch it off. We'll now move on to the applicant's submission, and I'll invite the applicant, Parish Councillor Cherry Underwood from Southern Parish Council, to present their application.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning. My name's Cherry Underwood. I'm the Parish Councillor representing Southern Parish Council. Southern Parish Council initiated the re-review hearing. I'm not sure that you need me to go through and read my full application again. But if I just draw your attention to the 4 key pillars, I suppose, of licensing. So public safety, we believe, failed on the traffic management, on public nuisance, on noise, on crime and disorder, on the death of a worker, and on protecting children from harm, on a lack of security on the site. Southern Parish Council initiated this licensing review following repeated breaches during the 2023 festival and in response to the unprecedented levels of community complaints and anxiety caused by the noise and the traffic management, impacting Southern and the rest of the Vale. There are 19 representations, as has been explained in your pack, of which 84% refer to noise and nuisance. In January 2022, again, this has been mentioned, this committee refused a licence for the Noisley Festival. However, unfortunately for Melton, for you as a committee and for the local community, the event organisers appealed and a magistrates court subsequently awarded the licence. We believe this event has contravened all 4 of the licensing objectives: the prevention of crime and disorder because someone has died as a result of the festival and 2 RTCs were directly linked to the festival. Public safety, the traffic management implemented was inadequate and in fact created dangerous road conditions. The prevention of public nuisance, the noise levels experienced by the communities were horrific and constituted a serious public nuisance. Protection of children from harm, a failure to provide secure premises meant that anyone of any age could access the site. And just focus on some key facts that impact us as a community. This festival is licensed to play music until 5 AM for 2 nights and until 4 AM for 1 night. By comparison, Forbidden Festival that you recently licensed is only until 11:30. This festival breached its noise levels on multiple occasions in their first year. As I've already mentioned, someone has died and there have been 2 traffic accidents. If I can focus on the public nuisance, this event has breached its licence in its first year of operation in its new location in the heart of the Vale of Belvoir in a rural area. However, it did have a track record of noise issues in its previous location. In 2012, the authority received noise complaints. In 2014, they received noise and traffic complaints. A review hearing was held there and extra conditions added. In 2016, noise and traffic complaints. 2017, an application to extend the licence with additional hearing and additional conditions. In 2019, the application for a larger premises licence and a hearing was heard. When the applicants appeared before this committee in 2022 to request a licence, they disingenuously presented a picture of a festival with a good track record of being professionally managed and organised, and reassured the committee that the monitoring would be effective. Furthermore, the community were advised that officers of this council would also monitor the noise levels. To our understanding, and to date, Melton do not have the equipment or the expertise in hand. And this has been quite clear, given it's taken the local parish councillors to initiate an independent review of the information. It could be said that the officers have misled councillors in that respect, misled borough and parish councillors and the public. They've offered to you in this agenda pack that there's just 1 breach, when in fact we identify multiple breaches. The rural community suffered horrendously during the nights when the festival was on. Residents were unable to sleep until the very early hours. Children who are still at school at this point were unable to sleep. Farmers, who obviously in the peak of their harvesting season were also unable to sleep at all. And businesses suffered from a reduced footfall and occupancy. Is this acceptable? I don't believe it is, and I believe officers have actually drawn your attention to that on page 8 of your pack. If I may just read it out to you. Section 8.6, 215 to 222, under public nuisance. It is therefore important that in considering the promotion of this licensing objective, licensing authorities and responsible authorities focus on the effect of the licensing activities at the specific locations on persons living and working, including those carrying on business in the area around the premises, which may be disproportionate and unreasonable. The issues will mainly concern noise nuisance, light pollution, noxious smells and litter. The level of complaints is in fact considerably less than it would have been if we hadn't experienced a serious storm that prevented the event continuing into the early hours. And the number of people attending was vastly less than they are in fact licensed for. I'm sure my colleague from Berks and Red Mile and Plunga will have more to say about the noise. But in terms of public safety, we believe that Noiseley failed to deliver. The traffic management provided was inadequate. Signage was flimsy and not fit for purpose. This is a busy road, of which part of the road is covered by a 50-mile-an-hour limit, much of which is still under the national speed limit. Signs made of Corex, which is plastic, were used on wooden stakes, as you can see from the photos in your pack. And these were blown over by the traffic such as tractors and long Clawson dairy tankers who prevail that road on a regular basis. Even those weighted down didn't stand up, as you can see in your pack. Due to the weather conditions and the location of the parking on a field directly adjacent to an A road, festival goers leaving the site on the Sunday and Monday were drawing large amounts of mud directly onto the road. This presented a serious skid risk, bearing in mind this is national speed limit. And whilst local parish councillors and local people notified Highways and Melton, we were advised that a road sweeper was on site. It wasn't until much later, and then broke down. The signage provided to give motorists advance warning was placed just as the mud started. You can see that in your photographs in your pack. We've already talked about 2 road traffic collisions directly linked to the festival. In terms of protecting children from harm and preventing crime and disorder, the festival is indeed advertised very clearly as for 18 and over, and in their alcohol and drugs policy, the organisers state you must be over 18 to attend noisily and there will be ID checks at the gate. Unfortunately, the event is not fully secure. It is possible to access the event through the woods. The totally secure perimeter was not implemented. Sergeant David Gott of Leicestershire Police has advised the VPG that this is a concern for them. It is therefore impossible to ensure the safety of under 18s and to prevent crime and disorder. To reiterate, this event has breached its conditions in its first year in your borough, caused huge disruption and nuisance to local communities and put the public at risk. The licence should be revoked or alternatively a more appropriate location identified and strict conditions placed on the licence body to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask if members have any questions? Councillor Adcock.
Yes, I wonder if I could just check on the position as regards security. Presumably there was a clearly identified perimeter for the site. How was the perimeter identified?
Well, I believe the perimeter that we could see as a village was the fencing, but if you went into the woods, I don't know if you're familiar with the landscapes, it's flat and then up quite a steep escarpment, you could access straight through. There was no fencing, as perhaps you more clearly recognise in Forbidden, where there's fencing all the way around, so clear perimeter. That wasn't the case with Noiseley.
So can you tell us what percentage of the perimeter wasn't covered by any security fence?
No, because we couldn't tell from the map that was in the, provided by the licensee. We couldn't tell exactly where it should have been. So what the gap was just open into the woods.
Okay.
It was considerable.
Okay. And Do you know if there are any security personnel in attendance there?
There were certainly security personnel at the sort of the main entrance area off the road and into the site, but then around in the woods, we never saw anybody.
Okay. And do you know,
Sorry, I was just going to say there were people in high vis, but I wasn't sure that they were security.
in ballpark terms, what percentage of the perimeter was covered by woods?
50% probably is in the woods. That's part of what the festival sells itself on as being in the woods.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to ask you mentioned two RTCs. Were they directly responsible? When were they and how were they connected with the festival?
So we checked with Leicestershire Police. There was one involving a tractor where somebody pulling out from the festival collided with the tractor. And the other one, I believe, was somebody leaving the festival itself, but further, not directly from the site, but further along the line.
Can I also move on to the other statement you made about the road conditions? Was that just purely at the end or was that during the festival?
No, it was purely at the end as people were leaving. I think the weather, obviously we'd had a fairly horrendous storm and some people left early. So it was Sunday and Monday.
If I could just ask a couple of questions. I mean, unsurprisingly, a high percentage of the complaints are about noise. Are you able to say, there's two aspects to noise, it seems to me. One is the general volume, and secondly, it's the times at which the noise emanates. Was there any strength of feeling that one was more important than the other?
I don't believe, I think it comes out very clearly in the representation that the length of time that the noise, that we were subject to the noise was one of the issues, but also the type of noise, that constant thudding sound. And so there's representation in the pack from people who felt like they experienced that noise essentially echoing in their heads for time after the festival had finished. But it was the fact it went on until the very early hours. You couldn't settle children, you couldn't settle animals, you couldn't sleep.
Thank you. And the other question, and obviously you've explained about access to the sites and you've highlighted the potential risk to under 18s being able to access. Do we actually have any evidence of it being accessed?
I don't have direct evidence, but I do know that I could have walked straight into that. My animals are kept almost adjacent to that site, and I could have walked through those woods straight in.
So it's fair to say we're looking at a potential risk, not,
Yes, I cannot evidence that somebody has been in.
Okay, thank you. Does the legal advisor wish to ask anything? Oh, sorry. Give me Clive, Councillor Thwaites has thought of something else.
Yeah, sorry. Is it being respectful to whoever the individual was and obviously their relatives, etc. Can you explain you mentioned a death during the
Yes,
festival?
it was well shared. I believe the death was on the Saturday night into Sunday. I can't quite remember, but it was well documented in the press that the individual had been at the festival and had in fact been working as an artist and a model at the festival, and is believed to have died through substance. But obviously, I don't believe that inquest is completed yet, so it would be inappropriate to comment.
Nothing further. Does anyone else who's a part of the proceedings wish to ask any questions of the applicant? Thank you very much for your presentation. Oh, sorry, the legal advisor now.
So just one question for clarification. You said that people found it difficult to get to sleep until what you described as the very early hours. Have you got any indication of what that is?
Well, the music went off at 5 a.m. on 2 mornings and 4 a.m. one morning. I can absolutely guarantee it was from 5 o'clock onwards that people struggled up to 5 o'clock, sorry, that people were unable to sleep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can I now move on to interested parties submissions? And I would ask, in the order that's set out on my order paper, Parish Councillor Ian Lowther from Barkston and Plunge, if you'd like to step up and just press the button on the microphone.
That one. Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name's Ian Lowther and I'm the chairman of Barkston, Plunge and Redmile Parish Council. And I'll be asking this committee to revoke the licence for Noisily Festival. Our parish council believe that last year's festival breached all 4 of the licensing objectives as detailed in our submission contained in your document pack, and the statement containing further evidence which we submitted to Melton Borough Council for the licensing committee last week. Hopefully you've seen that. I'll give a brief reminder of our evidence for the breaches, but I'll concentrate on the noise nuisance, which was a massive issue for our parish. So licensing objectives breached, prevention of crime and disorder. We know that drugs were taken into and used on the site, and sadly someone died of what was described as an ecstasy overdose in the press. And I believe it's subject to an ongoing police investigation. Public safety. Considerable amount of mud was on the road at the exit and entry point. I actually witnessed this on the Saturday lunchtime. I went to Melton just about lunchtime, came back 3 hours later. There was a massive amount of mud on the road and it hadn't been cleaned. There was poor signage, which has already been talked about, and 2 serious road traffic collisions. Traffic management seemed unable to cope with the change in conditions. Protection of children from harm. Significant parts of the festival boundary were not fenced off as promised. This allowed persons of any age uncontrolled access. I tried to work out how much was unfenced. It's difficult because it's just a line on a map. However, my colleague, who couldn't be here today, thinks it was about 1/4 mile or more. So therefore, the strictly 18 policy couldn't be enforced. They didn't know who was on the site or who was leaving the site. And this lack of security can be linked to the other licensing objectives, as it allowed ticketless guests, drug dealers, easy access. The police confirmed to us that people parked in the woods and just walked in. Public nuisance. Now, this is the biggest issue for our parish. We had nearly 30 written complaints and dozens of verbal complaints about excessive noise. And you'll see lots of complaints about noise in your pack. So just a bit of history. We suspected that noise would be an issue for our residents. So at a meeting held for parish councils with the organisers at the Beaver Estate, we asked the questions. And we were assured by Chris, their acoustic expert, that music would not be heard inside overnight, even with the windows open. Said it would be quiet, almost inaudible. This proved to be not true, as can be seen by our received complaints and submissions in your documents pack. Chris also promised that if residents reported noise nuisance, it would be investigated at the time by their acoustic engineers visiting the affected properties with noise monitors. This also was not true. We believe that complaints weren't taken seriously. To our knowledge, the event management did not contact anyone who had complained in Barkston. A reported response to a telephone noise complaint was, "This is what our customers are paying for." Another sound engineer suggested that the event could never comply with the licensing requirements, and I'll prove later that it didn't. So we have a situation where a significant number of people are saying that the noise nuisance was intolerable inside with the windows closed, and yet the applicant says that there was only one breach of the noise licence condition at only one of the noise-sensitive receptors, which was Woodside Farm. It's worth noting that the applicant chose the noise-sensitive receptors for their monitoring equipment and refused to engage with the parish councils about where they should be put. It's obvious that they chose the quieter locations, but they still breached the noise conditions. The licensing committee have received advice from Melton Borough Council officers re noise nuisance, and we understand that Melton Borough Council doesn't have the technical expertise or equipment and relies on the applicant to interpret the data. How on earth can this be acceptable? the applicant has been allowed to mark their own homework. They're policing themselves, just as they did during the event. You'll have seen the sound monitoring data provided by the applicant in your pack. It's on one graph spanning 4 days for each location. It's quite poor, really, what they've provided. You may think it's difficult to read and interpret, and our parish council certainly did. So we consulted an independent acoustic expert, and their comments are set out in detail in our statement, which we submitted last week. But briefly, they said that as we hadn't been supplied with the raw data, they couldn't access the limits associated with the bass beats or low octave band frequency, which was possibly the cause of much of the noise nuisance. But what they were able to look at was decibels, how loud the music was. And if we talk about Woodside Farm, which is the only location where the applicant agrees that they breached the noise conditions, and we'll see later that that isn't true, our acoustic consultant said about Woodside Farm, and I quote, "It can be seen during each measured period that there are exceedances of the decibel limits both day and night." That's almost all the time. So can you imagine what it was like for the occupants of Woodside Farm, 19 hours a day, subject to excessive loud music of the nature of electronic music, which is, it's a lot of beat. So let's look at let me show you the graph. The information they supplied was quite poor. So I've tried to scale it up on the computer. I'm not very good with things, but you can see these later. You can see the lines, 40 decibels there, nighttime, 50 decibels there, daytime, and they're above it. So let's look at the second sound monitor, which is labelled Barkston in your pack. It should be noted that it's not in or even near Barkston. It's actually on Long Lane East. I wonder if it's been misnamed to mislead the licensing committee to think that the noise, to think it's measuring the noise in the village, which it actually isn't. On this one that's called Barkston, our acoustic consultant said, and I quote, "It can also be seen that during each measured period that there are, exceedances of the decibel limits." And again, that's the Barkston one. You can see nighttime, daytime, and they're breaching their conditions. I also have a similar one for Red Mile, which again shows breaches at night time, not so much during the day. So the sound experts went on to say, our sound experts went on to say, this confirms that there were substantial noise breaches in Barkston, which is Long Lane, as well as at Woodside Farm for every period of the event, day and night. And the same will apply to Stathen and the other locations. Your pack states that there was only one breach of the noise conditions. We think this is wrong. And we believe that this committee is being possibly misled by the applicant and the MBC officers. The evidence is on the graphs and it needs looking at. It's worth noting that the applicants intend to deal with the one breach, and we dispute there's one breach, by moving the residents out of Woodside Farm, meaning that the applicant would then not have to monitor the noise at that site. Our parish council believe that the applicant should comply with the licensing conditions and not just remove the evidence. So in summary, we believe that all 4 licensing objectives were breached, and especially the public nuisance relating to noise. So our parish council submits to the licensing committee that the licence should be revoked. But failing that, conditions should be applied as follows. The music must cease at 11 o'clock, the same as other large local music events such as Download, Splendour, Detonate. There'll be many, many more that end at 11 o'clock. Noise monitoring and planning by a truly independent expert for the duration of the festival, chosen by Melton Borough Council, but preferably by the Vale Parishes Group, and this should be paid for by the applicant. The festival could also be reduced to 3 days to lessen the impact on our community. And finally, the whole site should be made secure with a fence to address underage or unauthorised access and exit, because people could also leave by this route. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very clear presentation. Would you remain there while we go through the process of questions? So initially, I'd like to invite members of the committee whether they have any questions to ask. Councillor Thwaites.
Yeah, thanks. Very good presentation. At the beginning, you talked about the certainty of drugs on the site. What evidence do you have for that?
Well, we had a death. That's the first sort of absolute evidence. There's also evidence in your pack from other parish councils saying that they'd seen people look like they were drug dealing, people stopping, passing things across. And also these festivals are a hotbed of that sort of activity. Although the festival can try their very best to keep drugs out, I suspect it's never going to happen.
Sorry, but are you aware of any arrests or any seizures or stoppages?
We did speak to the police, and unfortunately, I can't remember whether there were any arrests or not. But the police, I know, when they met with the Vale Parishes group, were concerned about drug activity.
Are you suggesting that there could be some monitoring of drug use in the course of the festival?
I think from reading the pack last year that there is supposed to be monitoring. I think they have a policy where they search for people, but I'm sure it's possible that stuff does get through because they have a tent, and I can't remember the name of it now. It's where people go if they're, how should we put it, intoxicated with drugs or drink, I suppose, as well.
You don't know what exactly what arrangements they have in place, though?
I know they have some arrangement for searching.
Okay, thank you.
They have a stated policy that drugs are unacceptable on their site.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to move on to one of the other points on the noise complaint. Just to clarify, just in case I misheard, you had an expert yourself look at the noise results?
Yes, we had an acoustic consultant cast their eye over the data. They said what we've been given wasn't particularly good, and they couldn't work out the high beats and the low beats from it, but they could see that the decibel levels were exceeded, a lot of the time.
And do we know the qualifications or the professional background for that expert?
Yeah, they do. They are part of a company that deals with this sort of issue. My colleague, the vice chairman, actually dealt with it all, and he's in India at the moment, so he would be the one to ask the question of. But I did ask, can we pay for a proper report? And the answer was yes.
So if we needed to at a later date,
yes,
we could actually get that information.
Yes, we could.
Thank you.
I think just one question from me, unless your answer leads to another. You referred to the road traffic accidents, and you specifically said there were 2 serious road traffic accidents. Were there any injuries in those accidents that you're aware of?
Sorry, so just one final one to clarify what you said towards the end. So you would actually be in agreement with this license if the music finished at 11 o'clock, it was reduced to 3 days, and you were satisfactorily assured about the security of the site?
Well, the answer is yes, because we know that these festivals do need to go ahead because the estate needs to be profitable and work. However, they proved with last year that they couldn't hit all those licensing objectives. So that's why we said it ought to be thrown out, it ought to be rejected.
Thank you.
If I may just ask the same question I asked of the applicant, noise seems to be top of the list. Is that the biggest priority for your parish?
Yes, noise is the biggest priority for our parish.
Thank you. Could I ask the legal advisor whether he wishes to ask any questions?
Just for clarification, we have the document that was submitted last week, and it's headed Boxton, Plunga, Redmile Parish Council Noisily Festival statement. And that was prepared by the parish council, I take it. And it's a combination of commentary from the parish council and extracts from emails and the noise report that you referred to.
Yeah.
But you've not provided the full report from the expert.
No, we've given you as much as we've got from the expert. There wasn't a proper report. It was will you have a look at this? Give us a first look at it and see what you think, with the view to us actually having a proper commission and a proper report later.
Thank you.
Can I ask if the applicant has any questions? In that case, do any of the other attendees wish to ask any questions? Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd now invite Andrew Gurr. Again, if you just, the microphone's on.
Morning. My name's Andrew Gurr. I'm a resident of Barkston Vale. I think my property is probably the closest in the village to the Noisley site. In fact, we're only 0.2 miles further away from the site than Woodside Farm is. So whatever you got at Woodside Farm, I got in my house. I'm not opposed to the event, but I'm strongly opposed to the hours music is played, particularly overnight. In 2023, my wife and I had no sleep for 3 consecutive nights and limited sleep on the 4th night. I support the granting of the license, but only if the music is stopped at 2300 or earlier every night. The site is a rural location which has no discernible ambient noise during the night hours. Therefore, all noise becomes more significant. My wife and I have the right to sleep during normal sleeping hours. Deprivation of sleep, as we experienced during the event last year, is a form of torture and is classed as cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment. Due to last year's event, we started the working week utterly exhausted. My wife and I both rang the local residents' helpline, and we were fobbed off by the ineffective staff. The staff did not know what the noise limits were. They did not know if the limits were being exceeded. And when we asked them to turn the music down, we were told, our priority is with our customers and not the local residents. So no, we won't turn it down. We formed a view that the event organizer did not care at all for the local community, and we had to put up with it for 4 days. This is not acceptable. I believe that 13 hours of music a day from 10 o'clock to 2300 is sufficient, and the normal performance hours at the majority of other festivals. For instance, Download Rock Festival stops the music at 2300 to allow the local residents to support the event whilst being able to maintain normal and healthy sleep patterns. Noisily Festival 2023 deprived us of our sleep for over 72 hours. I did not believe the license could be granted with reduced noise levels, because I think these levels would have to be reduced by at least 20 decibels. And I do not trust the organisers to keep the music below the stated levels, as I believe they exceeded the limits last year. If the organisers will not accept the stopping of music at or before 2300, then I cannot support the event at all, and I believe the council should refuse the licence application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I ask whether any of the members of the subcommittee wish to ask any questions? That's great.
Thank you for the presentation. Just to give me an idea of how would you say the level of noise inside the house was? What would you describe it as? TV on loudly?
Yes.
That's
and it's a constant do, 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 and it just vibrates through. Bearing in mind, we have quite good double glazing, and it was coming straight through. There was nowhere in the house where we could escape the noise. We had to give up driving during the weekend because we're so tired and we didn't want to cause an accident. So I walked along the canal path down, which is actually well below Barkston. And even there, we could hear the thudding of the music. Our friends who came from Barnston, when they stood in their back garden, they could hear the music. That's how loud it was.
And sorry, you confused me a little bit at the beginning. How far is your house from the actual festival?
About 1.4 miles, I think, and Woodside is about 1.2.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, perhaps I could just clarify what the arrangements were if you wanted to complain or raise concerns about the noise, because you were telling us that you rang in about it.
Yes, so Noisily Festival organisers put out a letter to all residents at least a week before, possibly more, explained about the road closures, things like this. And also there was a helpline there, so that if we experienced any noise nuisance, we should be able to phone this helpline, it would be registered and action would be taken. We
Okay.
phoned it several times, both of us.
Okay. Do you know who you spoke to?
Yes, I spoke to Chester and Chris. Chester was completely ineffective, didn't know anything about noise levels, really was just there as a note taker. Chris showed a level of knowledge, but not quite where I'd expect it to be.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I just wonder whether anyone has a copy of the letter that went to residents, whether the applicant or, we've got a copy of that letter. Yeah. Okay, that was, the only query I had. Does the legal advisor have any questions?
Yeah, just for clarification, you stated that there's no discernible background noise in the location of your property. Is that based on perception of living there for however many years, or is there anything in the documentation that's been submitted by anybody that you want to take us to which supports that in any way?
I've been living there since 2015 and visiting prior to that. There is no ambient noise. The dawn chorus is the loudest thing that happens in the summer until people wake up, start cars, start tractors, things like that.
Okay. And then similarly, the 20 decibel reduction, was there anything in the papers that's been submitted, the graphs that referred to earlier, for example, which points toward 20 decibels being appropriate? Anything you want to draw members' attention to?
I know quite a bit about sound and weather and things like that due to my background. I know that if you reduce it by 10 decibels, you halve the sound volume. I would like to see it reduced by 20 decibels, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And then finally, the 1.4 mile distance, that straight line distance
It as crow flies, measured on Google Earth.
Sure.
But what you've got to do is when you look at the topography where they set it up, it was probably one of the worst locations they could have chosen, because the prevailing winds from the southwest, plus the raised ground behind, it just forms like a natural amphitheatre and directs it towards Barkston, Redmar.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions? No. Does any other party have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
So could I now invite Duncan Shawes? I believe the microphone's still on.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. By way of context, my family and I live in Redmar, which is about 2 miles from the festival site. And per my written representation, suffered sleep deprivation for each night of the 2023 Noisily Festival. In addition to that written representation, I'm attending today to draw the committee's attention once again to the fact that Noisily is not the only major event now being held in the Vale of Belvoir. More and more festivals and late night concerts are being scheduled, and there is a material compounding effect for local residents, which I hope you are able to consider in making your decisions. Putting it mildly, there's a difference of opinion in the interpretation of last year's acoustic recordings. Residents have no confidence that this year's festival will be any more accurately monitored and enforced for noise nuisance. A 5 a.m. finish, particularly for several consecutive nights, seems unusual, inappropriate, and frankly cruel in preventing residents within a large radius from sleeping. Other outdoor festivals, as already mentioned, and others such as Glastonbury have pre-midnight curfews to protect local amenity. What makes Noisily so special that they deserve a 5 a.m. noise finish? Please either move the festival to a more remote location or at least restrict the licensing terms to acknowledge these issues and better protect the community from the ongoing impact these major events on the Belvoir Estate property are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions? Councillor Thwaites.
Just to ask you, the statement you made there, to the acoustic measures need to be better. So what would be your suggestion on how to make that better?
Well, per my representation, I think a pre-midnight curfew would certainly help. I mean, at least having residents could get some sleep overnight for that weekend. I have no reason to dispute Mr. Gurr's representation that, you know, halving the decibel level would also help.
Sorry, what I meant was, well, what I took from your statement was that it should be measured better. There should be better placements, etc.
Oh, I see.
Well, what suggestions would you make for that?
Well, in that case, I agree with Councillor Lowther's request that we have independently monitored acoustic, advice this year. I mean, having read the interpretation of the acoustic findings from the applicant's experts and from Boxton, Redmile and Plunger's expert, there's clearly contention, but my lived experience suggests that whatever the outcome of that interpretation, it wasn't satisfactory to ensure the amenity of residents.
But as far as the locations of where the monitors were, you think that would be?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, thanks.
Does the legal advisor wish to ask any question? So does the applicant wish to ask questions? Does any other party? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to call Kelly Davis from My Melton.
Good morning, Council and other people in this chamber. For those of you unaware who I am, my name's Kelly and I've been running My Melton for the last 5 years. A little bit of context on My Melton. It focuses on local issues, local businesses, local events within the Melton Borough, with a focus on the 16 to 26 age demographic following the 2019 BBC Know Your Place report that happened February 2019, which said that we were the worst borough local authority within the UK for that age group. If one was to Google the rural capital of music, they will find on the top search page as you Google it, that the rural capitals are us as a borough, Melton Mowbray, and Texas. I mention this because as a borough, we shout from the rooftops about our hunts, we shout about our pork pies, but we've also got that aspect of events, painting the town red, that is also something that we pride on. So my speech today is going to be focusing on elaborating the evidence that I submitted, which you guys have already got, alongside the 4 proposed amendments that are also on that representation pack, which will allow the festival, if they are granted and the licence holders agree to said conditions, will allow the borough to benefit, allow the festival to keep going, and also support their neighbours, many of whom are behind me at this present moment. So in regards to elaborating my information, I have 2 main issues that I want to address. The first big issue is the difference between active promotion and harm reduction, specifically within drugs. They're not the same thing. It's very easy to conflate them. Our national government has done it previously. But as someone who has come across both, despite having zero interest in illegal substances whatsoever, I would like to explain the difference between the both. So the example of active promotion that I came across was when I was at university, where we had business cards underneath our flat doors actively promoting the use of nitrous oxide balloons. That is an example of active promotion. Now, ironically, the first I was aware of Noisily was actually this license review when I was looking up the dates to be a witness for the license application for Forbidden Forest. And needless to say, their marketing within the borough is not there anyway, and we'll go into communications in a minute, but then also not actively being like, pop some pills, have a good time. Instead, they used to do something called harm reduction. And this is something I really want to touch about, especially after the tragic death of Cttee that happened last year. And I think there's a lot of issues with Noisily in this conflation because of something that they posted on the Future of UK Music Festivals inquiry. And it has been something that's been brought up on previous licensing applications to this borough because I looked it up. Specifically, the last paragraph of that statement. So for context for you guys who haven't seen it, this is me taking the paragraph from the statement that they gave to the national government regarding the future of UK festivals when they did their inquiry as we were coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. So the statement I wish to address is the difficulty here is that there is a zero tolerance approach to drugs. People hide the fact they are taking them. I personally believe it is more dangerous forcing it underground than facing the problem face to face. Now, this has been interpreted by people that have put in representations for this license previously as let's not bother doing a zero tolerance. Let's just have everybody take the drugs, wonders of drugs. Or at the very least, if that's me being slightly exaggerated of that, there's a very at least could be argued that it's dubious. Which is why I now speak a bit more about harm reduction. Now, I want to go out and say before I give the evidence a bit more, that it is not unreasonable for families to not have drugs on their doorstep. It's not unreasonable for kids to go to the park and not find, evidence of drug usage in their area. It's not unreasonable for people to see that in their streets. And it's as much as I will always shout about the after dark economy in the borough, as long as I do my mountain, I will never ever condone underage drinking in a public premises, be it pub, be it nightclub, be it any other venue that sells alcohol within that public place. I would never something I would condone. Something, obviously, we mentioned Khan's death previously, and it's something that I am handling with some sensitivity, but I also want to mention, whilst we're having this discussion, that there were actually 6 other festival deaths last year, according to the Sages Journal regarding DRDs being drug-related deaths, which they logged them from 2017 to 2023, 2 of which were at Glastonbury, which is a festival that previous statement presenters have already presented. And let's not beat around the bush here. Glastonbury is not a festival that's going to be any doubt in terms of its running anytime soon. But the thing is that when harm protection is done right, it does work. As seen in your packs already, I submitted a findings from the Royal Society of Public Health, specifically their 2017 drug testing at the festivals and nightclubs, where following their pilot, 1 in 5 drug users at the 2 festivals that they did the pilot scheme just disposed of drugs entirely once they knew their content, and that a third of the festival goers were definitely probably not going to take the drug that contained things that they weren't expecting in there. And actually, as I mentioned in my representation and when I sent the NTI a statement to you guys as part of the pack, this particular model is now actually also being adopted by Bristol City Council, featuring the Loop, which is a group that Noisily have previously mentioned as one of their go-tos there. One of the things, if we jump back to Khan's death, I would like to be clear, if it's not already done so, and it is a question that I will be asking the licensees after they presented today, is that Khan herself, if you was to look it up, was a contracted worker. And so I would like to ensure that if there is not already something within their contract, there is something strictly regarding drugs and a zero policy of drugs within that, because it's clear looking on the materials, and it's certainly something that Noisily will address when they do their when they're doing their own presentation here, that they are very strict publicly that there is no drugs. Despite the harm prevention methods, they are strict regarding their drugs to the public. So I think if we're going to avoid a death like last year, that particular aspect needs to be brought over to the staff as well. Staff's right, so everybody's singing off the same hymn sheet. So now we've gone into that. One last thing I do want to say about drugs and drug take before I go into my amendments is actually Gen Z, in terms of their alcohol and drug intake, has gone down. So Gen Z, for you guys who aren't aware, they are people born from 1997 to 2012. According to the Mintel's article, Gen Z is sober, curious generation. Brits aged 20 to 24, half as likely to prioritise alcoholic drinks compared to their over 25 counterparts. And in the case of Boxburner, who specialise in youth marketing and events, 60% of Gen Z that they interviewed had zero intention to consume any alcohol and or drugs there. So now I've covered that. Sorry, I'm talking a bit quick. I'm a bit, okay. Take a deep breath. Okay. So I'll openly admit obviously I'm speaking as a neutral party. I sent, when I found out of this license review, an email to Noisely inviting them to do a Q&A. I've done Q&As before. You can see them on my Melton. You'll see I'm not this everything. They have yet to get back to me with an arrangement for this Q&A. And that, council, is why there is no link in your packs regarding a video. There is no video footage of that Q&A, because that Q&A did not happen because I emailed them and they did not get back to me. So as somebody who's trying to throw not a lifeline or a softball, but at least somebody who could try and make my followers aware that the festival is happening, because here's something, a lot of my followers don't, and a lot of my followers are people that are local to the borough as a whole. So if I'm not getting that response, I can completely understand the frustration of the parish councillors and the other representations who are sat behind me. I completely understand that frustration slightly, because I'm feeling that frustration a little bit myself. And I'm also mindful, as a former IT teacher who's taught adults and teenagers with additional needs, that there are people that are technologically illiterate, and it's not just an SEM thing. This is a thing across the board, across all ages, which is why I want to make the following amendments to their current license. First amendment is that all phone numbers and email addresses regarding the contact of Noisely are to be communicated to the parish councils, and they are to be produced on posters and printed out and put in the relevant community halls. I'm talking local shops, pubs, community boards, village halls, anything where the relevant parties would be gathering in a community setting. The reasoning behind this is that most, if not all, homes will have access to a landline, mobile, or in the absolute worst case scenario, know someone who has access to either or and can make them a coffee whilst they're in a call. Now, the people who've already presented have mentioned that they phoned previously, but prior to the newly updated website that Noisely has, if you looked on the Noisely website regarding local engagement, they say that the fastest way to get response is actually their online form, not email, not phone. You're welcome to do both, but based on their website, the fastest response is their form, which leads to my second proposed amendment. So obviously, if the form is the fastest response, and we're talking about those technologically illiterate people that I mentioned earlier, those people inadvertently are going to be at a disadvantage because they're not going to be as able. So this is where Amendment 2 comes in. So Amendment 2 would be two training sessions, daytime session, a nighttime session, so that you cover as many people within those particular industries as you can, where the session would consist of the organisers teaching people how to use the phone. And then there would be a Q&A at the end where residents could speak to the organisers about any concerns that they may have before the festival actually takes place. Now, these numbers would then be reported back to both the parish council and the borough council. Merely the numbers like 5 people attended day session, 20 people attended at night. So the reasoning behind it is that Noisely have stated on their website, etc., that if it's done through the appropriate channels, they will act on it. Now, obviously, we've had parish council things already that have said this isn't necessarily the case. But if you've got every single person having that, and we have this exact same conversation next year, all of the parish councillors, representatives behind me, etc., have to do is bring out their call log, bring out their sent box and say, look, I went through the official channels, the acknowledgement email on the online form. Look, I went through the channels that they said it still wasn't being done. And in the case that, and I imagine Noisely are probably going to present something along the lines of, I'm having all these complaints now, but not as many have gone through the official lines, therefore I was not able to know about it. I would say, oh, okay, right. So I'll briefly touch upon proposed amendments 3 and 4, because they focus more on the borough benefiting as opposed to potential things there. So Amendment 3 would look at prioritising traders. So someone who's been covering different events like Vintage Market, Street Food Friday, Stockyard, etc., is that we have some fantastic local traders in the borough, both in an edible and inedible capacity. And so the more of those that prioritise within Noisely, the more the borough benefits as a whole. And ultimately, that should be something that we should all be striving towards. In addition, something that Noisley does fairly well, as does Glaston Budget, Forbidden Forest, etc., is they're doing something that the borough currently struggles to. Someone who's been trying to do it, like promote it for 5 years, and that's attracting the younger demographic into the borough. And therefore, where it's relevant to do so, I would want the particular organisers in there to have a seat on our tourism tables to give their feedback regarding a demographic that we as a borough at the moment, for whatever reason, are kind of struggling to crack. One more thing would be public transport to and from the town and via the local villages in between. One, it benefits the organisers because more people within the borough are aware of the festival, and it will also reduce congestion, road traffic, etc., which will therefore prevent that within the public nuisance as well in the licensing. So lastly, I want to conclude this by saying that festivals like this, when they're run properly and they're working with the community and they're working with the guests and they're working with traders, they're working with you guys, they're working with the parish councils, etc., are benefits to the borough and are very good at attracting young adults into the borough. And my concern that I have is that if the license goes outright and there's no way for them to make any improvements, any changes, etc., is that it's framed in a way that it comes across that if you're not catering to an older demographic, we as a borough don't want to know, which I know council would not be your intention, but I know many people, and it's not an offence to you guys by any way, shape. I know many people that will not sit in a 2-hour plus council meeting. They will only take the tidbits. I've seen it in previous council meeting with other councillors where things have been taken by, let's say, the Melton Times, an opinion has been formed on that particular news article, and another councillor from another committee has had to direct someone to that particular council meeting where they mention it, and then whether or not they sit and watch the full thing, 90% of them probably don't. So if we can find a way, be it with the earlier finishing, which my current other presenters have presented alongside my own amendments, and if we ensure that that communication across everybody is kept tight and things are acted on, and there's visual evidence that things can be acted on, then Noisley will be able to keep going. And that's something that we want. And ultimately, with those amendments and the ones that the parish council and other witnesses have potentially think, I think that's the way we can do that. So thank you for listening. I apologise if I got a bit midway through. And I look forward to hearing any questions.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. I think it's beholden on me as chair to point out that some of the latter points you raised, which were very positive, and I think we all hear them as councillors, don't speak directly to the licensing.
Yes, that's
conditions.
understandable.
You know, so issues like local traders and
Yeah.
etc. But thank you for your submission. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Well,
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. As regards the drugs issue,
Yes.
I mean, you've clearly indicated that you should have helplines and so on. But I mean, what else do you think the organisers can do?
I think the helplines is number one. I think, as I already mentioned in the presentation, it needs to be strictly mentioned in staff contracts regarding the policy to drug use. Because if you read the articles regarding Cttee Khan, she was an employee at the festival. She was working there as an artist. So that strict policy on drugs needs to be written in any form of contract within the staff as well. Number one, I think there needs to be, alongside the helpline, I think there needs to be workings with the police as well, both within the lead up and during the event, if there's that break. If that hasn't already happened, which I know a couple of the parish councillors have said, there's been the police have said certain things that cause concern as well. So yeah, so sorry,
Thanks, Kelly. Take a breath. It's a very good point.
It's fucking scary when you're that back there, when you're seeing it on YouTube.
I'm trying not to look scary. very good points on the amendments. I just wanted you to clarify one thing, one of the statements you made right at the beginning. You mentioned 6 deaths in festivals.
Yes.
Was that between 2013 and
So
2023?
the 6 deaths that I referred to was across the festival scene as a whole, and that was for 2023.
So sorry, so it was 6 deaths in the whole of 20.
Yeah, so 6 deaths
2023.
across all the festival scene within the 2023, and the source for those deaths was the 2017 to 2023
And
stage report.
And just trying to put that into context, how many festivals? I don't want to know the exact number, but how many festivals would you think that covers in 2023? 10, 15, 20?
So that would be covering based on the previous data and the data that stage typically will cover. So that would be your bigger festivals.
But how many festivals would that cover? If you don't know, don't worry. I mean,
No, you're probably looking at least, I'm not 100% sure, but you're going to be looking at least 30 to 50 if you add up all of the large festivals within the West and Europe.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm just trying to see
Yeah.
the commonality of it.
Yeah,
Basically.
completely understandable.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, does the legal advisor wish to ask any questions? Applicant?
Mr. Chairman, so it's not a question so much, just assistance with the numbers. There are approximately 1,500 festivals or events in the UK. Obviously, a relatively small proportion of those, probably 200, are of the sort of size of Noisily and above.
Thank you for that additional information.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. So that's 1,500 in the UK plus the additional festivals within the US and Europe that Sage would also be monitoring.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to ask any questions of Kelly? If not, thank you very much, Kelly. I know you're an impassioned advocate for the town and for its youth. Can I just be cheeky and say that when I'm next at Download Festival, I'll remember your comments about the demographics. And, yeah. Okay, can I now call Councillor Christopher Evans?
Chair, is it possible, you asked for some letters that were sent out for by Noisily? Yes. I've got some copies now which I can distribute. Thank you.
The rules, the regulations related to hearings state that if a person provides a document prior to the hearing, it can be considered. If it's provided at the hearing, then the consent of all the other parties is required for it to be considered. So does anybody have any objection to members taking account of this? Fine. So, Chair, if everyone's happy, then
No, thank you for that to all the parties. I think it's just helpful to have as much information as is available. Okay, so Councillor Evans, please proceed.
Okay, are we ready? Are we still going? Oh, I'll wait for him. Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. Obviously, this festival occurred on my watch in my ward. And the one thing that has been lost between us and the organisers, and I can say that for every member of the Barkston Village, is trust. I went to 2 meetings and in this notebook here, I've just looked them over. and we were assured by the organisers that at night we would not be disturbed. In fact, the expert told me eyeball to eyeball, we would not be disturbed. Most of the village did not sleep at all. I went round the village afterwards. I had people in tears come to me and said, what the hell has Melton Borough Council allowed to happen in this area? Now, I know the organiser knows, we all know because we had discussions, it's like an amphitheatre. It's the worst possible site. It's a mile away from Barkston, nearest, damn it. And it's got an amphitheatre. It's got the actual scarp behind it, and then it's flat, near as flat as pancake, all the way around it to Barkston, to Redmile, to Plunga, and to Stoughton. So what you've got, I'll tell you, for 4 days, I can tell you, I never heard the actual songs or anything. All you'd hear is this, thump, 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 continually, when the music was on. So you had no sense of any music, you just had the sense of it. And what a difference, I have to say. A few weeks ago, we had Forbidden Forest here. They have, and this is, in my opinion, this is, I don't want it to be a long talk, it's about setting a standard now, because I think we can all agree that these festivals are going to get more numerous. It's taking on, whether we like it or not. I can assure you my residents don't like it. There will be more of them. So in my view as a borough councillor, rather than just a ward member, is we need to set a standard here that others will have to follow. My view is every festival has to have a security fence, as Forbidden Forest did, all the way round, monitored continually, as was Forbidden Forest. They should also, under the 1996 Act, I believe it should be this council's responsibility, have no noise at night. The government made it very clear in their edicts that they consider noise nuisance at night intolerable to the residents. And I can assure you, and I'm a witness, I'm a borough councillor, so I'm not going to lie, I have double glazing. I shut the windows. I could hear it as though it was next door. It was that close and that loud. It was all the while till 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm no expert, but I just look at these charts and drew them up myself. You don't have to be an expert to do this, to be honest. And I can assure you in Barkston, with the monitoring record they had, they breached. It's not just one site. They breached on the farm near Barkston continually, and continually at night. Friday night was twice 10 decibels over their limit that they should have had at night. That's how bad it was. So if you ask me what I'm asking this committee to do, is do what Glastonbury and Forbidden Forest do, which is just down the road from that. And that is to make certain security is tight and good, and that no one can therefore access it. And I know the person will never come forward that one did. He just walked through the woods into the site. He told me, yes, he did. He won't come forward because obviously he got in free, but there was no security at the back. The applicant will admit that there were no fences, like anybody could walk in through that. And also the noise should stop, just like it does at Glastonbury, one of the biggest festivals in Britain. It should stop at 11 or midnight and start again at 10, 11 in the morning. At the moment, this is being run, this festival, in my opinion, is being run for the festival people who want on their terms, not taking any notice of what the residents want. We had a meeting in March, we had a meeting before the meeting, and then we had one in November. We sought assurances, we got them. We were told that, don't worry, it will be so low at night, you won't hear a thing. That was not the case, believe me. And I can only say, there's no point in keep going on and on about it. The security was also not good enough. Reading Festival, they have sniffer dogs. Every car is checked out with a sniffer dog. And that's a thing that's trending more and more. Each vehicle is checked as it goes through. And if you don't have enough staff, enough trained staff, and this is the important point, trained staff, the drugs will get in. I know that after the festival, nitrous oxide cylinders were found all around the roads around it. Of course, it wasn't illegal as such then, but it is now. And that's, you know, and the stories about this. And I spoke to Forbidden Forest off the record afterwards, and they said if Noisley can go through the night, maybe we'll reconsider our position, because we are a competition, he said. And if one festival goer, which is only a mile away from it, can get away with going through the night, then they said one of their concerns was that people were upset that they had to switch off all the sound at 11 o'clock at night. So you have a situation where you are, you know, two festivals very close to one another. One has got strict rules, one has got a security fence. This one has none of the above. And that's my concern as the borough councillor. We need, you know, this is like planning, you have to set standards and keep to them. And I think Forbidden Forest, whether residents still don't like Forbidden Forest, I can assure you, they don't. Go to Walsall, they'll tell you, but they accept and will accept the noise during reasonable hours, just like you accept, as a person does accept a neighbour making a noise every now and again. But when it goes beyond midnight, I think it's intolerable. People, you know, especially Thursday night, people were going to work on Friday and hadn't had 1 minute's sleep in the night. That surely to me is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Do any members of the subcommittee wish to ask any questions? Councillor Thwaites?
Thanks, Councillor Evans. You mentioned about the security fence and the security. I know you're not an expert, but I mean, yeah. What would you suggest is the minimum, say, height of any fences and the minimum amount of security? Would you have a view on that?
Spoke to the Forbidden Forest people, they have a standard, and I've seen their fence. It's very good. You can get over it, but you need ladders and other things. I would suggest we impose the same restrictions as were put on Forbidden Forest, that the site, Forbidden Forest, 4 sides, all secured off. And it's expensive, it's not cheap. They didn't want to do it, but they realized they had to do it because, and they told me, once again off the record, that because they realized they were getting access, illegal access was occurring to their sites, and they wanted to stop it. Commercially, wasn't the best of their benefits to have people wandering in who hadn't got a ticket.
Sorry, just carry on. You mentioned the meetings in March and November. Were they part of the SAG, or was that a separate meeting?
Don't talk to me about the SAG, because I'm never allowed and never have been allowed near the SAG. These are meetings with the community by the applicant.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions from me, Councillor Evans. I mean, the theme that's come through consistently is obviously about noise. It's about which you gave us a very graphic sound effect on. Would the majority of your residents grudgingly, you know, go with the festival taking place if the sort of changes that you and other people making representations here have made regarding the time at which music is played?
Obviously, just like everybody, most of the residents came there because it's a nice rural retreat, quiet and all the rest of it. I think if you're asking me, would they accept it happening between 10 and 11 at 10 in the morning to 11 at night, 4 days, they would reluctantly say, yeah, okay. I think as Mr. Gurr said, it's just at night. It is unbelievably, you know, I'm just trying to put this, and I'll be a witness to this. I had to have 2 pints of alcohol, beer, and earplugs to get to sleep. That's earplugs and the windows shut. And it was a hot period. So that's the only way I could get to sleep. And I'm a pretty easy sleeper. So that's how bad it was. And I can only say to anybody, and I'd say it in any whole, you know, whatever standards, it was intolerable, intolerable.
Thank you. And also about the use of a fence. I mean, I'm not really familiar with either site, whether for this or forbidden. Do the sites compare in terms of size? Is one larger than the other, or are they both about the same?
I believe I'm right in saying obviously the Forbidden Forest is bigger because it's now up to what? I think you were on the committee chair. I don't know. No, you weren't. It's 22,000 now, so it's a big area they're going to cover. But they say they will fence it and they will make certain they will have security. Actually, I mean, you can get even tougher. They're employing police to actually securely watch it both inside and outside.
Thank you. Does the legal advisor wish to ask a question or questions? Okay. Applicant? Any other parties wish to ask questions of Councillor Evans? Okay, thank you very much. I now invite Robin Marston, who's the Environmental Health Noise Consultant, to give the responsible authority submission.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for inviting me today. I've been asked by Melton Borough Council if I'm able to help this year in terms of acoustics at the event. My background is environmental health. I work in acoustics and noise control at Leicester City Council, and I've been involved in a number of events at Leicester City Council over the years. I wasn't at last year's event, so I can't comment on what happened then, but I have received some of the data and some of the information from Mr. Beale and Noisily, and I've also worked with colleagues in environmental health at Melton Borough Council. What I'd like to do, if possible, is go through the comments that have already been made by the other representations and try and address some of those and put points forward for this year. I'm led to believe, obviously, the original licence was refused by Melton Borough Council and it did go through on appeal. The conditions were then agreed between the applicant, Mr. Beale, and Melton Borough Council's environmental health team. There's a number of conditions that are attached to the licence in relation to noise. These conditions aimed to prevent or reduce the likelihood of public nuisance. As we've obviously heard from local residents today and local parish councillors, they don't believe that these conditions are enough and potentially that the times of the event are not appropriate for this type of location. Looking at the geography of the site, obviously, we have an escarpment. We have an event on the escarpment facing over fairly low-lying flat terrain, so noise will eventually travel for a bit further in that environment. The localities are also quite low in terms of their background noise levels. So what they're used to is the noise in that rural environment. It isn't no noise, but it's a different type of noise than a musical event will produce. Obviously, last year was the first year at this site. So you would always expect event organisers to learn from that first year and make amendments for the second year, hopefully to reduce the impact again if there are any issues locally. One of the stage positions is being moved this year, which the applicant will discuss later, which should reduce levels. I've also received new noise mapping modelling for the event, which shows reduced levels from those that were anticipated last year. They also provide a weather station themselves, which gives wind direction and wind speed, so you can better predict in terms of where the noise will impact. And looking at the geography, obviously the village is quite close by on that flat terrain, and most likely the ones that will get the highest impact in terms of noise. In terms of last year, Melton Borough Council did do some monitoring during the event, but it was limited mostly to daytime and evening, not during the night. Now, for this year, we're proposing to monitor more throughout the event, including those nighttime periods. That will give us not just information about the noise level, but importantly, that subjective element that you don't get on a noise reading. If someone talks to you about 40 decibels or 50 decibels, it doesn't actually mean that much to you unless you're there listening to what that noise means. and a number of people have mentioned this morning about the impact of that bass beat, and that is the predominant problem in terms of these type of events. The Noisily and Mr. Beale produce what they believe is this DBC beats indice, which is able then to distinguish elevated beat levels above those around it, so that you shouldn't get that peak beat, which is causing a problem in somebody's property. I know we've had discussions over the last couple of weeks already about the impact internally. The problem with the noise levels is they're external. So an external noise level of 40 at night is not unreasonable, because that logistically would equate to roughly 30 inside a bedroom, which the WHO look at for sleep. The problem becomes is what frequencies are actually reduced by that building facade. It's not all frequencies. So double glazing is generally designed to reduce traffic noise. So it'll reduce the frequencies of traffic noise, but really low frequency noise may well pass straight through the double glazing and then become exacerbated within that person's bedroom. So the DB beats, the idea of it is to remove those factors, so those peaks of frequency that might be causing people a problem. That is monitored outside. So we don't have that subjective element within somebody's property. Now, Melton Borough Council this year, as I say, will be looking to monitor the event more fully. And one of those proposals is to install one of the noise monitoring recorders in somebody's property to get a better feel for how that does impact. So a worst case scenario, maybe one of the nearest villages, look at installing that over the period of the event and then analysing that after the event. It may well be that the external noise levels are met, but it's that subjective element in somebody's property that we can't yet define because we don't know how it's impacting people. Obviously, people that have spoken today have said how it impacted them in terms of sleep deprivation, but officers weren't last year out at the festival in the early hours of the morning. There is a code of practice associated with festival events. It's called, it's called the POP Code, and it was written in 1995. It's a long time ago, and it's quite out of date now. It doesn't really allow for the impact of low frequency noise. And in 1995, a lot of events were not as basic. The larger events tended to be in stadiums, and we didn't have this proliferation of festivals like we do now. There's a lot of work being done behind the scenes in terms of how to limit the impact of this bass noise, this low frequency element. And I know Mr. Beale has worked in this area on a number of other festivals as well. And the DB Beats is a low frequency component, but because it's picking out the individual frequencies, is able to deal better with that element that's causing specific intrusion in somebody's property. So the nighttime levels were 40 outside. In terms of other issues that were raised with the monitoring locations, and again, speaking to Mr. Beale and Noisily, they're happy to move those locations or add extra locations for 2024. It may well be that it's better to have more, but obviously we don't want 20 or 30 if they're not going to tell us any more. So what we want is worst case scenarios, allowing for changes in wind direction. So although we've got residents on that low level land in the villages, we obviously don't need to discount other areas around the site where we may get anomalous wind directions at that time of year. So just to account as well that exceedances on the graphs are all noise. They're not just noise from the event. So taking a reading outside somebody's property accounts for everything that's happening in that area. It's any traffic, any farm machinery, any aircraft, any noise from the event. So to allow for that, this is why the music noise level is as it is, at such a level that you can account for just the music element. That's the difficulty. A raw graph gives you everything. What you need is that subjective analysis to say, we could hear the music quite clearly, and it was these specific frequencies that were causing a problem. As I say, this year Melton Borough Council will be undertaking more thorough monitoring of the whole event, including nighttime monitoring. And I don't, in terms of what other options will be available to the organisers, as rightly mentioned, there's the option of finishing the event earlier. They could finish at 2300 hours like a number of events do. They could move to what Forbidden Forest do, which is a silent disco after 11 o'clock at night. Again, that would reduce the impact. It's up to them in terms of their business model, what they propose, but then it's having that information before us that we're able to make an educated response to what level we need at night in particular. From what I've heard from the representation is that the nighttime noise in particular is the main problem, and particularly that bass component. And as I say, we will happily install one of the noise monitoring recorders in a local residence property for the duration to give us that better information. And myself and other colleagues from Melton Borough Council will be out during the event. If we're able, we would also be able to monitor internally if people are willing to let us into their properties at 2 o'clock in the morning. But that's certainly something that we would be willing to offer. Thank you.
Okay, I apologise. I've got two or three questions just for clarification. I mean, the start one, you talked about the levels. I'm a pure novice on this. So what is defined as the level where it becomes a nuisance? What's the general feeling?
Yeah, there is no level for nuisance. It's relative to background. So the problem we have is that where you have a very hot night where people may have their patio doors open or their windows open, and they're already struggling to get to sleep, something that's pulsing, a bass beat, for example, may be more intrusive than it would be in different weather conditions. So, and again, the background noise level is important in terms of where you set that level.
But 40 decibels and 50 decibels has been mentioned several times in the paperwork. What is 40 decibels?
Well,
how would you describe that?
40 decibels is taken from the WHO guidance, World Health Organization guidance for sleep, because internally your facade, an openable window, so you've got a window ajar, should give a 10 to 15 dB reduction through the facade. So a noise level of 40 outside, worst case, should give you a 30 inside. And the World Health Organization talk about sleep be, at 30 or below, that sort of level. The issue becomes if you have a specific frequency that isn't then part of a bass beat is not necessarily part of that 30 because it's not. I can explain this a bit better actually. The overall noise level is a 30, but the low frequency element may still be elevated, but it doesn't factor into the weighting within that room.
And okay, just maybe because you made the point about background noise, I assume if you're monitoring over a period of time, that background noise will become evident, or where there's extra noise, say a tractor going past or whatever, it wouldn't actually show on an ongoing beat. So that I'm not sure that goes. But the other part, the real question I wanted to ask is when are these reviewed? When would these the noise disturbance be reviewed? Because if you don't review it until 2 weeks later, it's too late. Is it monitored on that day, on that evening? And then what is the reaction? There may be an answer that we put to a question we put to the licensee later as well. But what is your view?
Yeah, generally we'd have ongoing discussions. We'd be on site with the event organisers and the noise consultants. So we'd be in discussions with them constantly during the event, and we'd always have a debrief the next day. So if there's an issue on the Thursday, we'd be dealing with that on the Friday. So we wouldn't leave it until the end of the event, because obviously you've got the opportunity to impact what's happening live.
Yes, I thank you very much for your input, and I think you have explained the position fairly clearly. But am I right in saying that effectively you're not able to tell us here today whether the proposals in relation to the noise pollution, if I can call it that, would be at an acceptable level? You will be able to monitor the position when the festival is actually taking place. And then, and only then, will you be able to say whether in fact it's unacceptable or not, and be in a position to decide what can be done about it.
Yeah, there is an element of that, but there's obviously the license conditions that we'd be looking at as well to ensure compliance with those.
Thank you. I mean, it's almost the same question, but phrased slightly differently. I mean, thank you firstly for your very clear explanation. A big question in my mind before, going through the papers was what do those numbers mean? Because there's lots of information about the proposals on noise levels and how they should be monitored. And really, it does seem to me you said, well, those figures aren't necessarily telling a full story. And that in fact, without going further in terms of monitoring, real life monitoring, and dare I say, I've got visions of Councillor Evans being wired up to all sorts of machines to see what effect it has on him. It's very difficult to say with any certainty whether the measures being proposed for this year's festival, distinctly from last year's, will actually have the desired effect. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a fair assessment. I think the second year generally is always better than the first year because you learn from the environment that you're in, and the certain things happen, it may be out of your control. So certainly the organisers have made amendments already for this year. So the stage positions have moved, and the noise modelling that's been produced already shows lower levels predicted than were available for last year.
Thank you. Yes, did any question from the legal advisor? Applicant? Yes.
Yes, please, Chair, if I may. Hello. Can I just very quickly, potentially not directed immediately at you, more at Melton, is this gentleman a new, sort of, I suppose his resources, his knowledge, a new investment that Melton have made specifically in response to the festivals in the Vale?
Is it okay if Joe answers that question? Thank you.
Whoever can give the right answer,
Sorry, Chair.
please do so.
Yes, no, we have got investment for this year, and Robin is part of that. So we're looking at we've sought and been approved budgets, and we're looking at putting extra resources in for this year.
Thank you. So acknowledging that essentially there wasn't the expertise in-house this year to actually assess what was presented to us. So I'm just looking at Pranali's nodding the back. Can I ask you, is this a straightforward yes or no answer? I'm not sure if this has been asked, and if I'm reframing the question again. Can you say whether the noise levels were breached? On the information that you've given, can you say that the noise levels were breached?
From what I've seen, I can only say for certain Woodside Farm.
Okay, but that's just from what you've received?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm assuming that was the end of your question. Yeah. Any other questions anyone wishes to raise? If not, I mean, if the parties agree, I mean, the next item will be the license holder's submission. I'm proposing to take a short break, just 10 minutes, just a comfort break, and people can stretch their legs. But not to go away and write a new submission during the interval. Yeah, I think I've just been reminded by my colleague who's chair of planning and very up on these sorts of semi-legal proceedings. We shouldn't be discussing matters relating to the hearing outside during the break. Okay. I had no Okay, I was just trying to check everyone was back in the room, but I think we've done a accurate head count now. So we'd like to recommence, and the next item is the license holder's submission. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Noisily Festival is an electronic music festival, but there is much, much, much more to it than that. It's a festival which is has a range of different events. There's a huge wellness section with mind, body and soul lectures, there are performances, there's comedy, there's food markets, and there's a forest regeneration program. This is about much, much more than just live music performances. This will be the 11th year the festival has run, and this year's festival is scheduled to take place the 11th to the 14th of July, with tickets already have been on sale since the festival finished last year. I also want to make it clear that organising this festival is something which is done in isolation by the Noisily team. As you and your colleagues will be aware, there's a huge amount of input from the local SAG team. In terms of offering further information, evidence, explanations and answering questions today, we have William Hazelrigg, the founder of the Noisily Festival, Stuart Southwick from Mandrake Events. He's responsible for the security and the traffic management. Has 15 years experience in this sector, organising events such as the Great South Run, all English heritage events, and his business is engaged by Portsmouth City Council for the execution of all of their public authority events. And despite what the submissions which have been made, there was very, very robust security measures, which were all signed off by the police. There is no suggestion, allegation, or evidence to suggest that the security measures which are in place for this festival failed in any regard. And I think that's a really important point to make. There is no evidence that people without tickets wandered in. This is a huge area which is covered, and there is no suggestion that there were under 18s being put at any risk. There is just not the evidence to support that. A number of allegations, yes, but not the evidence to support it. But obviously, Mr. Southwick is here and he will answer all of your security and traffic questions. Mr. Beale, who's been referred to numerous times today, is the acoustic expert whose supplementary report I hope you'll have all had the opportunity to read. He has an extensive background in the live music industry, and he's responsible for audio systems at a significant number of UK festivals over his illustrious career, including Glastonbury and Reading and Leeds festivals. Glastonbury has been mentioned a couple of times. For context, want to highlight Glastonbury, you've probably got 250,000 people going to that festival. Last year here, we had less than 5,000 people. We're not comparing, these are very different types of events. Also, the terminal hour for Glastonbury was mentioned as 11 p.m. midnight, I think. That's the main stage. There are circa 220 stages at Glastonbury, which go on through the night. And into the early hours of the morning. So I'm sure you and your colleagues are aware of that, but I think it's an important distinction to be made when other festivals are being mentioned. To give a balance as well, because I think there have probably been some allegations made that we've in some way sought to mislead. I think that is unfair and untrue. But to hopefully give an idea of Mr. Beale in particular's sensitivities, he's currently engaged by North Kesteven Council in a similar role to Mr. Marston to advise them in relation to Lost Village, a 24-hour festival. So he does understand both sides of the fence, as it were, but he is an expert in his field. He has produced a noise report. There is a noise management report, and with all due respect to the submissions which were made earlier, this is a full expert report. This isn't something in draft. These aren't some isolated comments which have been lifted from a document. The SAG for this event plays a vital role. They have oversight of the whole event in the months building up to it, during the event and afterwards. And the key to success is the positive engagement of all those relevant agencies. This dynamic process involves not only my client, your internal EHO capacity, the police, highways and fire service to name I would say probably the key players in that. There was a SAG debrief following the event. There has been one SAG meeting which has taken place to plan for this year's event, with another one scheduled and in the diary. We know, we're not naive. We know that this is not a popular event with some members of the local parish, but we hope that this review hearing is not going to be used in some way as a blame or punishment. We accept that. I think the comments in here talk about paying a premium to live here, horrible noise, the demographic, and not welcoming our parish. I think it would be fair to say that that shouldn't be a position which clouds the committee's decision making today. There were members of the SAG which were present at the event throughout. The police were there. I think it's been acknowledged today. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that perhaps Melton Borough Council EHO were not as present as they could have been, and I think there is a commitment that that will change this year. Hearing from Joe Belcher in terms of the resource that's been given, but this was not the Wild West that has portrayed. The event management plan, which is we haven't repeated the copying for you here. As I'm sure you will be aware, for festivals, it's a Bible of documents. It deals with transport, security, crime, noise, parking, crowd management, and events such as Noisily aren't just created by the people who are represented here. The SAG play a huge and pivotal role, and events such as Noisily, large-scale festivals, have SAG involvements just because of that, because that responsibility is seen as a very heavy one, which requires external input from the outset. And no one, certainly sitting on our side of the table here, and I think it touched upon by the council's EHO officer, no one expects that changes won't be made to a festival year to year. It's an iterative, evolutionary process. It has to be, given the scale and skies of it. There've been a huge amount of allegations made this morning, and I don't intend to go through them all line by line, but there are some which we just cannot accept and wouldn't recognise. I think particularly in terms of the music, whilst ever the licence allows those later terminal hours, as supported by the readings, on Thursday, the music stopped at 2 a.m. On Friday and Saturday, it stopped at 4 a.m. And on Sunday, it stopped at 11:30. So any claim that for 4 consecutive nights there was music playing at our festival, into the early hours to 5 a.m., it isn't true. And there is data there. The readings all support that. Those readings were all submitted to the council immediately after the event. I also think it is important to touch upon, and I'm only going to touch upon it lightly, the death which has been referred to. A huge amount was reported in the Daily Mail that wasn't true. This wasn't an employee of the festival. There has been a coroner's inquest which is closed. And again, I think all I can say in that regard, and all I think it's appropriate to say, is that the police have raised no representation in this review hearing. There is no suggestion that the management and security of this festival were in any way culpable. We can all surmise, and we could sit here all day talking about this, but you do not have any evidence before you. And I think that's of crucial importance to note. You have no evidence before you which suggests that the operation of this festival was in any way part and parcel of that tragedy. In terms of highways and public safety, there's been mention of mud on the road. We did have road sweepers. They didn't just break down. They were there throughout the event. And again, highways are involved in this process. You don't have any representation from highways, any adverse comment to suggest that our traffic management plan fell down anywhere. The signs may not have been made out of a material which people prefer, but highways have a huge responsibility here. And there's been no suggestion that the measures which were agreed with highways during the SAG at the event, they were there during the event, were left wanting. Now, crime and disorder has been mentioned a lot. Access by under 18s, I think, repeatedly. I've touched upon the lack of police representation. There was a meeting held by Rupert Matthews, the PCC for Leicestershire and Rutland, back in December with some parish representatives, where he offered constructive advice and reassurance on a number of festivals in the area and confirmed how closely festival organisers were working with the police. But you have no evidence that any of these issues in relation to crime and disorder are evidenced. There is nothing from the police to support that. And nobody here can judge criminality. We can't. Only the police can do that. And the, as I hope your legal advisor will confirm, the guidance is very clear that for matters in relation to crime and disorder, you should look to the police as your source of advice, not those making allegations which we're not quite sure about. We're not quite sure about arrests. The police are. The police are, and they have been involved in every single debrief and SAG meeting in relation to this festival. It's not true that under 18s were walking into this festival at all. It's simply not true. We had, and I will be completely honest with you, we had 2 under 18s who organisers had to ask to leave, and they came as the children of artists. So a performer brought their children and their children were asked to leave. It's not the case that we've got children wandering in here. And also, I think it's important to note that once you have a ticket and again, you're given a wristband, it's a cashless festival. If you don't have the appropriate wristband, you can't buy anything. You can't do anything once you're there. So it isn't that this is a free-for-all. I think in a couple of representations, we talk about multiple drug-related transactions being witnessed. And again, none of those are supported by the police. Every festival has an impact. We can't say, nobody can say, any festival organizer, any licensing authority, that there won't be an impact by a festival. There will be more cars. There may at times be audible, and there will be a younger clientele. That whether, so you smile, but I know that I'm over 52. I may not have gone to Noisily. There will be other festivals that would, that would attract me, but it's not to say that just because I am no longer falling into Kelly's bracket of Gen Z, that those people who do are not law-abiding and do not just want to come and enjoy the festival. They don't want to cause a nuisance. There is a balance to be struck here, and there are significant local benefits. It's not true to say there isn't any positive benefit. Businesses in their local revenue increase. The engine yard is one which business dealt with all of the catering for crew throughout the event. The Beaver Estate, local waste management, taxi firms, local suppliers. I think Kelly also touched upon using local suppliers as catering, for the. At its peak, this festival probably employs circa 1,000 people, and that falls within the capacity. And many of them only live within a very short distance of this festival. So there is very much a local benefit, which should be taken into account. And it's also not a festival which is happening week in, week out. This is, as I understand it, and I would stand to be corrected by your licensing officers, I think there's only one late night festival within the authority over the summer period. But as I say, I'll stand to be corrected if that's not the case. But there are many examples up and down the country where late night festivals do operate in locations such as this, in rural locations. Noise has been repeated as a concern here. But again, I think I would say, and I think as confirmed by the council's EHO officer, you only have evidence, we only have evidence of one breach of condition at one location. That is what the evidence, that is what the evidence clearly states. Mr. Beale has provided his report, and I'm not an acoustic expert, so I think it's probably better at this point if I hand over to him to talk you through the background and specifically the data that's there and the measures which have been put in place to ensure that this year's event is less impactful than the 2023 event, which has obviously led us to this review hearing. So I shall now hand over to Mr. Beale, if that's okay.
Chair, with your consent, just to clarify, obviously this is a continuation of the presentation on behalf of the
Yes.
licence holder. And I'd just like to say there's just over 5 minutes of that left. So obviously, if you want to sum up, I'd ask you to bear that in mind.
I think noise is a key issue.
Oh, sure, yeah, but
Yeah.
but for you to bear in mind how long you want Mr. Beale to speak for, because obviously that your time would run out. That's what I'm saying.
So we have 5 minutes left of
Yes.
of the 20.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then obviously questions over to you for areas you don't think you might think of.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd better get on with it then. The report from Barkston and Plungar and Redmile parish councils is something that I want to touch. First of all, I'd like to say that I got involved in the Wisley Festival in 2014 when the license was in review, and yes, there were problems at Knowsley, and we fixed those problems within 2 years. The first year was almost there. The second year was fine. After that, there were no complaints right through until, unfortunately, with the passing of Will's father, the site had to be sold and was no longer available. So the suggestion that there's a history of noise problems at Knowsley is basically untrue, and we have years of evidence that that's the case. There were 55 complaints received by the complaint system, and the complaint system comprised a telephone line and an online system which allowed people to submit complaints via their mobile devices or their computers. We expected there to be, because of this accessibility and the ease of submitting on a typewritten system, we expected some complaints, of course, and there were a total of 55 received by our system. That's after redacting comments from our staff and that sort of thing. There is one thing I'll take out of this report, and that's being somebody who's 5 years into his bus pass, I'm referred to as a 60-year-old gentleman. So I'll give that one a tick. That's great. There are a number of suggestions that the thread of this entire submission is that we were somehow trying to obfuscate and subvert the information and withhold information. For example, we were turning the sound down when Melton Council arrived, and that sort of thing. It's absolutely untrue. The system, the monitoring system that is used here is a real-time system. It goes further than real-time because it's predictive. It calculates ahead. Given the noise dose that has been monitored to date, it tells us what the level will be at the end of each period. So it's a very comprehensive system, and we have made it quite clear that with the proposals that Melton have made this year by bringing in Mr. Marston, we will give full access, live access to that system, live access, as we did this year, live access to the complaint system, so that all stakeholders know exactly when a complaint comes in and what's been done about it, and that we will be, as this year, completely open with the data. We've not restricted anything. We've handed all of the data that was generated. So there's no point at which we have been restrictive on the information that we've given to the stakeholders. There's a suggestion in here that we failed to liaise with local residents. Well, I personally had 2 meetings with Mr. Paul Jackson from Stafford, one of which Cherry Underwood was present at, and we were available, although we were busy and monitoring throughout the event overnight, right through until 4 o'clock in the morning on the Friday and Saturday nights, and 2 o'clock on Thursday until 11:30 on the Sunday. We were busy. We were continuously monitoring, but we were not ignoring residents. We were taking calls on the complaints line, and we were reacting to information that we were getting. Now, the independent report that's been referenced, you've heard from Mr. Marston that the independent report was just a comment on the noise levels at the locations. The purpose of the license is to regulate music noise. does not mean necessary to redact the underlying background level, which is calculated by a process called the L90, which is the statistical underlying noise level without noise, which may be contributed or hasn't. What this report has done is just looked at the numbers and said, oh, they're this. That's not how you analyze noise data. It's just not a thing. So whoever the consultant they used is, he or she doesn't have any understanding of the investigation of noise data. We have those computations showing what the festival did. And I will say with confidence that given the noise limits that were imposed by the council, there were breaches at Woodside Farm, but not at any other location. Not significantly so, because when you're talking about breaches, nuisance is by definition an ongoing condition. So if there is one measurement which exceeds the license level, that's not a breach, that's a condition which is then rectified by actions on the part of the festival. So you take data from any event anywhere in the country, and there will be odd measurements which are over the level and which are responded to, and that's what we aim to do. I would put it to you that the proposals that the council have put in place this year are exactly those that you and the residents would want to hear. That's secondary oversight of the process, oversight of the redesign of the location of one of the stages, which was a problem, and we accept that it was a problem, but it was caused by a series of events leading up to the build.
The applicant has 1 minute left. Sorry, the licence holder.
Yeah.
has-
During the first event, they've been accepted and acted out that you have the oversight and you have the monitoring system and you have me and my team in order to make this a perfectly manageable event. Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation at this stage? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, Councillor Adcock.
Yes, I had two questions for you. The first one related to something I think you said about when the music stopped playing last year. Because if I understood you correctly, you were saying that you stopped playing music earlier than you needed to on those occasions. Yeah. Do you want to have a look at that, or? Yeah, well, but tell me the times again, then we'll move on.
Microphone. So on Thursday it was 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Friday and Saturday 4, and Sunday 11:30.
Okay. So you did stop playing the music slightly earlier than you needed to. What prompted you to do that?
We have a license for longer. I think as many licensed premises, it was never intended to go to those final times. Terminal hours, I think on many licenses permit all sorts of terminal hours. We have a very generous license in terms of operation hours. There were no, that was what was proposed in terms of our entertainment, evening entertainment.
Yeah, well, that's fair. So you accept it's a very generous period of time, and you wouldn't necessarily need to take up everything that you were allowed within that time period.
I think it's what we didn't this year, as you can see. I think what I would say is this is a late night festival. It's not a forbidden forest where finishing at 11 or midnight on those Thursday, Friday, Saturday would make it commercially unviable. But as evidenced by this year, we didn't go to the maximum operating out authorized hours.
So there's a certain amount of maneuverability within the times.
And those are the times that we had at Market Harbour, and we worked to the license times of what we've had for over a decade, and the times that we worked to this year is something that we built towards. So for 2019 and 2022, that's what we have done, and that's what we chose to do this year. But as you say, we've had those license conditions for over a decade now, so it's actually 13 years since we started.
Okay. And the other question related to the security measures. I mean, do you accept that the perimeter is not secured?
The perimeter was agreed in advance with the police, and they were happy with the provision that was put in place last year. This has all been discussed in the SAG with Stuart, myself, and them, and we've worked with them on this. The site is an 800-acre woodland. It's vast. Its closest public access is over 1.2 kilometers away on the footpath, which is so it's 1.2 kilometers within private property. There is security and fencing that is deemed adequate by the police. And that plan and fencing plan has been submitted to them in advance in the SAG meetings. We had, I think it was 4 SAG meetings last year, the SAG debriefing since, and 1 SAG meeting for this year so far with another booked in. And at no point have the police questioned the fencing plan.
Okay, so to be fair then to you, in fact, the police have accepted that. But to be fair to the other people we've heard from, in fact, there is no fence in place, so you can literally walk straight in from the wooded area.
No, that's not strictly true. No, I mean, the people making comments on what they haven't experienced firsthand. There are areas of very dense woodland behind us that are obviously not fenced, but there's security personnel walking along the pathways up there. There is fencing where has been deemed appropriate by the police, but as I say, it's 800 acres with a 90-meter escarpment behind us like that. We have agreed with the police what is a reasonable and practicable plan for the size of event that we are.
Okay. How many security staff do you have, as a matter of interest?
Any one time it varies, but around 45 SIA and stewards on site anytime.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So I've got a few more than 2 questions, but I might run out of steam and pass on for a short while on some of the others. But it's first, just a piece of clarification about the acoustics. You're talking about significant breach. How would you define significant breach?
The purpose of the licenses is to indicate those levels which the panel believe will prevent undue public nuisance. It doesn't mean that the festival disappears and is inaudible. All events are detectable to some degree. A breach would be an ongoing condition where there was a persistent breach of sound level or level over and above the condition, which was clearly causing public nuisance and which was not attended to and was not considered by the organisers. So public nuisance is by definition an ongoing condition. So you wouldn't take one 15-minute measurement and say, right, that's a breach. It's not like a speed camera. It's about a trend, and it's about a management process that prevents public nuisance. And as I have explained here, we have a live system which allows us to monitor that and take a view, considering also the underlying background level and what the music noise contribution is to the overall level. If I may say, sir, that we appreciate that the character of the sound is not usual for the Vale of Belvoir, but that's true of any rural site. And there are many festivals up and down the country where the same thing occurs. And after a very short time, normally after 1 or 2 years, sometimes 3 years, we get to a situation where the festival learns how to accommodate the residents learn how to accommodate the festival, and whilst whilst there will be people who don't like it, that condition, that situation is achieved where everybody accepts that the festival's happening and the degrees of control are acceptable. It can't be done in 1 year. There has to be some degree of experience, and that's the festival accommodates that and is taking the necessary measures to rectify it.
That's actually started going on to what my next question was, which is, I mean, what learning have you taken from the last one, and how has that been addressed?
Well, we saw there was one stage in particular that caused the problem. That was a stage called the liquid stage, which was in fact closest to Woodside Farm. And that stage suffered a number of production build problems. There was collapsing ground, which meant that the stage couldn't be built in the position that it was supposed to be built in, and the necessary baffles couldn't be put in because the ground wouldn't support them. And there was a lot of faffing around to try and get the thing to work. And in the event, it was the stage which caused the problem. And we obviously struggled with it throughout the event. So what we've done is removed the stage completely from that area of the site, moved it much deeper into the site, reconfigured it into a design which is used by the other stages, which don't cause any problem at all. And we've modeled it to show that we've removed that risk of noise, because we are doing a risk assessment. This is about calculating the degree of risk which is involved due to the position of the stages and the control of noise levels, and what the effect upon the amenity of residents will be. And we accept that it was audible. We don't accept that we were breaching the existing levels. We've heard that 20 decibel noise reduction. That's just ridiculous, because the noise meters aren't even capable of measuring 20 decibels. It's just impossible. And even if they were, you wouldn't be able to differentiate music noise from underlying noise, because they'd both be much higher than 20 decibels. So some of the suggestions that you've heard are just purely impractical, but we accept that if the event is to live within the Vale of Belvoir, it has to be responsible, and it has to take all of these comments seriously, and it has to look to the amenity of residents. Otherwise, we're just going to be in a situation where we're back here next year having the same conversations, and that clearly isn't to anybody's benefit. So what you've heard is that we prioritize the amenity of residents. We obviously want the festival to continue because of its importance as a music event in an environment where 60 festivals have already collapsed this year due to financial problems. So we've got a music industry which is caving in, and an event which is successful. We want to maintain it as much as possible, but we accept that we have to live within a community of people, and they have to believe in us. Therefore, we have to put the maximum effort in to make sure that happens.
That takes a while. Just move on to the highways, because obviously we've not had the privilege of reading through, well, thankfully not reading through all of that. But I just want to again ask the same sort of question. What sort of learnings do you think you've taken from last year that you're going to employ this year? And I'm particularly interested in things like the signage and the routes that you take, both the commercial traffic and your event traffic, and how you're going to actually avoid things like villages and limiting the disruption. So what sort of learning have you taken from last year's event, which was, as I take it, I thought it was 7,000, but you say it was 5,000, and so it's going to be 3 times bigger potentially, the number of people.
So just to clarify, it was 5,000 tickets last year, so there was slightly more people. But we've already been working with highways post events. We had a debrief with them and have already implicated all the plans into next year's planning that were discussed, and that for that reason is why there's not a representation from highways. We've worked with them all the way through from the start. I've actually been working with highways in Leicestershire for 13 years now, so I have a very good relationship with them. One of the things obviously that was brought up was, and we put a submission in, was the denial of some of the road signs that we had on by national highways, because we're an event that's too small to put signs onto the national highways. And these are the things we're working with as we're scaling the event. However, the Stuart has put in place a very robust plan that's been signed off by highways. There are obviously issues with mud this year. We had adverse conditions, and as Lisa alluded to, that the road sweepers didn't break down. They had to go and empty, and they had 2 of them in rotation constantly. And the issue is that obviously when you're sweeping the roads, there's a waste carrier's license, and they have to go to a depot to dispose of the waste that they pull up into their machinery. There weren't 2 road traffic collisions to do with Noiseley. There was a tractor who jackknifed, who there was no one on the road, and they didn't crash into anyone. That was driver error. And the other one is news to us, but the police and highways have not brought anything else to our attention. So, but as I say, the planning for this year is well underway. It started in the debrief that we had with the SAG in August last year, and highways are happy with what we're doing in Stuart's team, and we'll tell you more about what they will be doing to improve.
Yeah, so we've increased the size of the signage, even though the signage was compliant with the speed reductions that were in place. A lot of locals were ignoring the speed reductions in place, continued to speed down the road. So we'll be putting larger signage out this year. And also we've submitted an internal traffic management plan as well. Just for clarification to council, they can see an internal management plan, how we choose to deal with the traffic internally. For instance, the car parks and the leading lanes into the car parks. So there's nothing backing up onto the main road, as it wasn't last year.
Is there any other learnings or any other changes that you've made to the traffic plan purely based on your experience from last year?
Well, yes. So we've made the landing pads bigger going onto the roads to help reduce the mud. We'll have more robust measures in place to deal with that if the weather. I mean, last year the weather could be described as biblical. Sunday there was a seriously large storm, which caused a 45-minute shutdown of stages. But there was a huge volume of water that came on that time, and this is a condition that we couldn't have expected. We'd been there and it had been wet before, and this wasn't a problem. This was a problem from increased rainfall. But we, yes, it's the internal traffic management, the external traffic management, and sort of we had very in-depth instructions for all of the delivery drivers, which worked very well. So there are things like that which were fed into by the local parishes and also by the by highways that have worked very well, and we're improving those. So it's finessing and improving the sort of 3 things I've discussed.
Just that's one more question for the moment, and then I'll pass it on. You mentioned earlier you were talking about the hours for the festival and viability with those hours. So are those hours essential to you? So that, as we talked, a lot of people have talked about finishing amplified music at 11, I'll put it that way. But you carrying through till 4. Is that essential to your festival?
Yes, people have come to expect it after a decade of operations, and it would be very unusual to change what you do after so long. It's something that would be incredibly hard to manage, and it would definitely cause a reduction in ticket sales. It's when you're coming to something and expecting a nighttime event, that's what you come for. One part of what we offer is one of the highest production levels in the country, and that is of a nighttime light show. And in the height of summer, it gets dark at 10. So actually, the only time we have the light show in operation is from about 11 p.m. until 4 a.m. So that is very important for who we are and what we do.
Thank you. I have 1 or 2 questions. Just dealing with the issue of crime and disorder first, which has been mentioned in a number of the representations. I mean, I note that other than the very sad and tragic death of the artist at last year's festival, there's no tangible data about offences being produced. So two questions relating to this to yourselves. I mean, are you aware that any arrests had to be made at last year's festival by the police?
There was one arrest made of someone that was caught with intent to supply.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is actually about, you know, because I've read your papers, and obviously not, you set a zero tolerance policy regarding drugs, but you also set a policy regarding bringing alcohol onto site. So no glass, the quantities are limited. And you mentioned people will be searched as they arrive. What's the nature of the search carried out? So for instance, just to, this shouldn't suggest I have any particular inside knowledge of this, but if I had a little sachet of 12 pills in my inside jacket pocket, with the sort of search you carry out, we're likely to find that.
Yes, they do. They do a body search, not a full body search, obviously we're not allowed, but they do. Any loose jackets, items are taken off, and they have a quick look through the pockets.
Okay.
Bags are emptied, and then periodically, and we do a deeper search. So we, like, for instance, like roll out the roll mats, open up all their sleeping bags, completely everything else. It'd be impractical to do that to every single festival customer, but we do that as a random searches, which are quite high.
Okay, thank you. Clears that up. So I'll move on to noise, because I think we can all appreciate noise is at the heart of some of the issues raised. And first, just to ask the question of whoever from the licensee, you've heard a number of representations in which people have described the noise as they've experienced it in their homes, notwithstanding the readings that you refer to in your submissions. Do you deny that what they are saying was the case in their homes was the case?
I spent a lot of time in the villages throughout the festival, specifically in the overnight period. So I would think 50% of the time that I was on the site, between 11 o'clock at night and 4 o'clock in the morning, I was in the villages, and that was for two reasons. One was to take handheld measurements to verify the data that we were getting from the online system, and also to take subjective impressions of the noise impact. Now, a number of those visits are recorded in the log, and I make comments about what I can hear and what I can't hear. There is a comment, for example, from 9 o'clock at night, that the low frequency is having an impact at one of the villages, and that we need to take action now. Although we're within the license limit, we need to take action now because it's audible, and I could see that subjectively it would be having an impact. Past midnight, past 11 o'clock at night, I struggled to find areas where in free field. And now there is a difference between being inside a building and being in free field, because obviously there can be resonance in the building, and the effect of bass upon windows and that sort of thing can have an effect. But in free field, my opinion, and that of Mr. Marchenko and his team, was that there was no significant impact. Now we know that we were in a difficult situation with one of the stages on that site. We know that we can dramatically reduce the amount of low frequency that the site is generating. But that doesn't mean that last year we accept there were significant breaches. What we think is that the area is particularly sensitive. Compared with other festivals, and I could take Shambhala, for example, at Kelmarsh in Northamptonshire. I could take Secret Garden Party in Huntingdonshire. The whole range of different festivals in a similar setting to the Vale of Belvoir. Acceptable noise levels are significantly higher, but that's because those festivals have been there for a long time. The locals have found an accommodation for it, and the the detail of the operation of the festival has been fine-tuned to prevent undue nuisance. That doesn't mean that with any event of this kind, it's completely inaudible. And therefore, all I can say to you is that the process that we follow is responsible. And the actual, the measure of how responsible we are in terms of the data is difficult to quantify when it comes to base beats, which is why I developed this new metric, which hopefully will be taken up by the Institute of Acoustics and the ANC as the methodology for monitoring going forward. I certainly, it was well on the way to doing that. Speaking as somebody who was on the original panel for the Noise Council back in 1994, we've come a long way. And we understand how the genres of music have changed and how the needs of young people to enjoy that music have changed. And we've developed this metric independently in order to be able to quantify what the impulse, what the pulse impact of the event is. And everything we do is about restricting that at source and making sure that the design of the event provides for containment. We were unlucky in year one, given the circumstances we faced with that one stage. But given that learning, I'm quite confident that we're going to significantly reduce the impact of the event this year.
It's a very thorough response. I mean, I understand base beat. Dare I say, you know, in my youth, I spent some time living in a house next door to a weekend West Indian blues party that used to. So I'm very familiar with the effect of blues beat, and when Councillor Evans was describing it, it brought back horrible memories. So it is a thing, and it actually penetrates in a way that is different to just regular noise. So I understand that. Now, in the premises license that's been issued this year, it sets down the expectations, the restrictions on noise, and of course it does do it in not just by setting those levels, but setting the times which it will happen. And so after 11 o'clock, there is supposed to be a reduction. What I don't understand from this, because I'm not a noise expert, but also we're looking at this application, not previous ones, does that represent a significant reduction in the expected noise at those times compared to last year? Which is obviously the only experience the representations are able to comment about.
Well, in order to quantify that, it's necessary to post-process the data and look at the difference between the impact and the underlying. And we quantify the what we call the dB beats, this impulse factor against the underlying impulse factor. And there is always some impulse. There's, you know, farm machinery, bits and bobs, which are lifting the underlying level to a certain threshold. And then we're talking about the difference between that threshold and the contribution of the event music. And within that scope, we stayed within the license restriction, which was, as you can see, after 11 o'clock 5 dBB, which is it's a ratio. And that doesn't mean it's completely inaudible. What it means is it's quantified as a level which ought not to be overly intrusive and ought not to have an effect within properties. Now, normally we see that the relationship between dB beats and complaints, because obviously you look at complaints as being the factor which drives the impact that an event is having. So at other events, we see a threshold of 10 decibels above the underlying, where we begin to see complaints. And at 15 decibels above, you're definitely getting complaints, and lots of them. So this has been the learning from 3 years now of events all over the country, and it's pretty stable. We were 5 decibels above or thereabouts and getting a lot of complaints. So that leads me to conclude that the sensitivity of the area is relatively high, and areas do vary in sensitivity. There's no two ways about it. So it just indicates that we have to do more. to contain low frequency beats to a point where, of course, they'll never be completely inaudible. You can't have an event of this nature and have it disappear and have no impression of it whatsoever. But we have to reduce the impulse to a point where it has no impact, and we can do that. I'm confident that in the changes we've made this year, we can do it.
So the simple answer is, and I just need a yes or no on this,
Okay.
that your expectation is that that level of noise intrusiveness will be less this year than it was last year.
Significantly less, yes, definitely.
Just sorry, yeah. Can I just follow up question to that? Because you said that a reduction at what was it, 11 o'clock, where you make a reduction, yeah. Yeah, but would it be possible to make a further reduction at an even later time? Would there be a sensible?
I think it's worth explaining that from the events point of view, a change in level at a given time is not desirable, simply because one wants a continuity for the performances and all the rest of it. So we volunteered a level 15 decibels lower than the guidance, the Noise Council guidance advises or permits in the licensing application last year. The festival voluntarily runs at a lower level, but at 50 decibels, it's impossible to measure, because during the daytime, when you've got traffic running around and other things going on, aircraft flying overhead, the ambient level is already 50 decibels. So what you're trying to do is pick out the difference between the music noise level and other things that are going on. So what we aim to do is run at a relatively low level. And I can tell you the data from the stages, we have a monitor at every single stage with a live display at every single stage on the site. The levels that these stages are running at are significantly lower than the levels that might be running at, for example, Lost Village or Forbidden Forest, much, much lower. And the reason for that is that we want to maintain a consistent level of performance from daytime into nighttime. So whilst reductions are made where necessary in order to comply with license conditions, we don't consciously say, right, okay, it's 11 o'clock, turn it all down. What we do is we reduce daytime levels so that the change into nighttime is much less of an intrusion into the event. And that's normal. That happens in many locations.
Can I ask then about, I mean, and lots of people again have said, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, after that, if the music was shut down at that time, that would be more acceptable. You've submitted that the nature of the festival makes that impractical and would attack the viability. I just need to understand better what's happening after 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock compared to the rest of the day that requires that level of noise. I mean, Glastonbury's been mentioned, for instance, and I know they shut down at midnight because it was the act last year who actually couldn't finish their set because they arrived late. They still brought them down. So are we talking about live acts continuing into the early hours? Are we talking about dance music? Are we talking about other activities? So we can understand better, because none of us have been, or I don't think so, any of us have been to the Noisily Festival, have we? So we don't have that direct experience and understanding of why that's a problem for you.
Certainly. The nature of tends to take two styles or orchestra, that kind of. One style would be to have a major outdoor stage. You pardon, my mistake, I'm sorry. That kind of stage are the sort of thing that you'd see at Donington, for example, or at Glastonbury, the pyramid stage at Glastonbury, is something that propagates for a long distance and affects a huge number of people. In fact, I mean, I happen to be noise consultant for Donington Circuit as well. And we're starting a survey tomorrow, which will create data which will be used in conjunction with next year's festival, because the propagation distance at last year's Donington was 18 miles. So that was the furthest complaint. So there is something that needs to be done in terms of containment. Similarly, I'm consultant to Silverstone too, and the Formula One Grand Prix at Silverstone was audible due to the actions of the people who put in the main stage there. That's one kind of activity, and that kind of thing go on past 11 o'clock, clearly, because it's uncontrollable or very difficult to control in a wide area. So for that, the pyramid stage at Glastonbury, which I also monitor, and the other stage and one or two of the big outdoor attractions down at 11 o'clock. But the rest of the festival carries on. And the reason for it is that with 250,000 people on the site, if you turn everything off at 11 o'clock, you've got to cope with 250,000 very happy, festive people who are going to find their own entertainment if you don't do something about it. And so most of these festivals are planned in such a way that the audience have completed their entertainment and go to bed at a point where they're not going to decide on having their own impromptu events on the site or leave the site for any reason to find other entertainment. So there's a matter of control in there as well. There's also a matter of night culture, which is a big part of the music industry in the UK. And this noisily reflects a high level of excellence in terms of artists and music reproduction, quality and experience that a lot of people look for. And so it's fulfilling a demand within the setting of night culture in an environment which is admittedly very beautiful and very, very appropriate for that kind of event, for has to take responsibility in the environment. But it's not unusual. It's not a standalone thing. It's something that happens in very many councils around the country, and these conversations are not unusual. I've been in several license hearings and license reviews where we've had exactly the same conversation, and the outcome has been that once the festival settles into an area and once the details have been ironed out and the lessons have been learned, it becomes part of the area. And strangely enough, when festivals leave an area, we tend to get, in a lot of cases, residents saying, "Oh, well, standard calling, for example, that's not happening this year," and the residents are all complaining that it's not on, and it's an important part of their, summer calendar. Now, I understand that's not necessarily going to be the case here, but that's what happens, and we take that responsibility incredibly seriously, and nothing that's said, nothing that has been said or will be said will change that point of view. You have my commitment, the commitment of my company, and you have the commitment of the organizer to make this work. And what we're saying here is that we know, we've had the data, we know what happened, we know what needs to be changed to improve the immunity of residents. We'd like the opportunity to get on with it and prove again that improvements can be made to satisfy residents and customers alike.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to ask any questions? Oh, sorry. Oh, you as well. Sorry.
Sorry
I didn't see
about
you either,
that.
sorry.
Yeah, you just do. No, sorry.
No,
sorry.
Okay. Committee members first, and then I'll open.
One thing I forgot to talk about earlier, which against on the transport. What's the profile of the people arriving and leaving the event? Because it's do they come and go every day, or mainly camping?
So it's
Yeah.
mainly camping. 70% arrive on Thursday, and the majority of people leave on the Monday. It's slightly sort of older age bracket. To Forbidden Forest, for example, we have an average age of about 34, and people come for the weekend and they stay either in boutique tents or camper vans. And so yes, the majority of people arrive on Thursday and leave on Monday. So we don't have the nighttime sort of, disruption to the roads. It is focused.
Okay, and the other one which we hasn't been mentioned, that was mentioned in one of the presentations. Any thoughts on drug testing your own staff, random drug tests of people on the site?
So the reference for that was from the Daily Mail, who misreported on the tragic incident and basically said she Cttee worked for us, which is untrue. She purchased a ticket, and the police, we have given them all of this information to the inquest. That is in all of our staff's contracts already, and they are all expected to abide by best practice rules, where you don't come to work intoxicated in any way, shape or form. So that is already part and parcel of it, and we operate very strict rules on that. All managers are briefed. If anyone turns up to work and then they're intoxicated, they are sacked on the spot. So and everyone is aware of that. They have a welcome pack that's included in this, and the welcome pack outlines that. So all of this information is given to the SAG. As it's a 360-page document. All of these things are covered. There are legally binding contracts with all employees that do state that already.
I promise it's very final. How tall is the fence that you're putting? How is it made up?
I don't know the dimensions. It's Harris fencing. It's all been signed off, and it is industry standard. I don't know the exact height of the fencing, but Glastonbury has 3 tiers of fences, and people now come with a battery-powered handheld saw and cut through it. So, at the end of the day, all of these things, if people are determined, they will get round them. So it is, it's a deterrent, and actually having people like Stuart and his team on the ground is far more effective than a fence.
Right, I should turn to you, Clive. Do you have any questions? Right, are there any further representations? And would you mind, so I see 2, would you mind coming to the microphone though, because otherwise we can't actually hear it on YouTube.
There we go. So my question regarding the staff transfer with the drugs has already been addressed by Alan. Your solicitor did mention briefly in her presentation that there was 2 under 18s that got escorted due to being accompanied by a member of staff at the festival. Is this mention of under 18s being completely forbidden on property mentioned in your contract already? If not, are you open to putting it in? And then, so that's question 1. And then question 2, obviously you guys brought up a little bit about sensitivities. So the committee today can get a little bit more of a taste of that sensitivities that you bring up, and there's numbers behind the metric, so to speak. For those of you that aren't aware, Noisily do offer discounted tickets within a set local radius. These tickets at the time of this panel was priced at £100 for the whole weekend, compared to the current price, which is applicable till tomorrow, of 215 quid if you pay it in full, and 230 quid if you pay it via their payment plan.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. I don't think what you're referring to now is relevant to the live
Yes, can
application.
Yeah, if you can, I'm just giving the context before I ask the question.
Okay, but I'll
Okay,
wait.
my question to the panel was going to be how many locals took an advantage of that area, and the reason that it's relatable, committee, before they allow to answer it, is because that idea of the data will have an idea in terms of that demographic and whether or not there's that true sensibility that the panel claimed, or if it's a case of there is viability, because if there's viability to it, they would have no sales. And obviously, if lots of people are saying you can't say it's a sensitivity issue, which is what they're claiming it to be.
So if you're happy to answer that question, I'm still not quite sure how it ties into the licensing objectives, but if you want to give an answer, you're welcome.
Genuinely don't wish to be rude, but I think if the sensitivity we're talking about the death.
No, the sensitivity is referring to when they were discussing the noise earlier on, there was a comment made that this area may have been more sensitive to noise compared to other similar festival sites within the UK. That was what I meant by the sensitivities.
Oh, I think that then, I think Mr. Beale has already dealt with the noise, but happy for him to
Just wait for the chairman. His conversation. Mr. Chairman, very quickly, the reason I said that the area was sensitive is that it's unfamiliar with this kind of event. It's not normal, and therefore it's bound to be sensitive in terms of noise compared to other areas in which festivals of this kind have happened frequently. So that was the reason I referred to sensitivity.
And then my last question, which is concrete without a doubt, is there's been numerous proposals for licence amendment presented not only by myself but other representatives today. Obviously, you've explained to the committee already that you're not willing to budge regarding the later finishing times because of the nature of the festival itself. But are there any particular amendments that you are welcome to being on, that you are welcome to adding at the time of this meeting?
I think in terms of the hours, we've indicated what our operating hours actually are, so that is a budge, if you like. And then I think in terms of any other operational changes, Mr. Beale has dealt with the relocation of the stages and the noise amendments and the involvement of Mr. Marston, which is a change for this year. Security and highways, those changes are dealt with within the SAG briefing. So I would hope on those areas. I mean, I don't know whether perhaps is it engagement with your organisation? Is that perhaps what you're getting at?
So my proposed amendments that I presented were the poster and the tutorial regarding the form filling, so that any members in the parish was able to contact. In addition, there was a suggestion regarding the earlier finishing by other representatives.
Yeah, I think we've dealt with the hours.
Last year, we did actually put an advance notice around, and this was sent to the schools and the cycling clubs locally, as advised by the parish councils, and it was put into the pubs. So the advance notice was already done on top of the letter that you've been given. So we have really tried to be as engaged as possible. We met with the parish council before we submitted our license application. We met with the council and spoke to the council before we submitted our license application in 2021. We have been there all the time. We have been engaged. We hired out a place at the engine yard and brought all of the local parishes in to discuss this in advance of any of the festival actually taking place, to be as engaged as possible. We had, I think, 4 meetings with the parish councils last year. We've had a parish council debrief with the council hosted here. We are as engaged as we physically can be, and we are open and receptive to other requests. We, I'm sure the team in the council will say whenever we've been asked to be there, we've been there. And we have gone over and above what would be required, but we're happy to do that. We are here to not be a hindrance. We're here to engage, and we're trying to run a business, and we know that the only way for that to happen is for us to work with the community and do our best, and that's what we do. We operate best practice at all times.
In that case, there are one more actually before I forget. You mentioned the SAG earlier and how you've been having multiple SAG meetings. Can you and you mentioned there's a police, fire service, highways agency, etc. Are parish and borough councillors part of these SAG meetings as it can?
No, the SAG SAG is a professional organisation. We have got a post SAG meeting next time. We have a engagement meeting with the local communities booked in after the SAG meeting, so that we can discuss things that aren't sensitive or confidential. But as I'm sure you can appreciate, operationally, when you're dealing with the police and highways, there's a counter-terrorism.
Of course, GDPR, the whole shebang.
I think
Brilliant.
just one thing to say on a SAG, it's not just distinct to this area. How SAGs operate is the same, as I'm sure you'll be aware, nationwide. So it's not that we're seeking to cut out people. We follow the national guide.
No, my main question was more if there's that engagement leading up to the festival, because obviously you guys mentioned a lot of SAG in your presentation, but there wasn't as much in terms of
the next meeting with the local community is booked in 2 hours after our next SAG meeting in 2 weeks' time, maybe 3 weeks' time.
Okay, in that case, council, I have no further questions.
Don't mind. So no, so we're waiting for an engagement now. We haven't got a confirmation yet with regards to the parish council. So I just wanted to make that. I've booked with yourselves, but we are on liaison at the moment. That hasn't been fully confirmed. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, one of my questions will be, and I know this for a fact, the sound engineer knew last year they were breaching their conditions. They knew they were breaching their conditions, and they knew and carried on breaching their conditions. Why did the sound engineer, having told a resident, we know we're breaching our conditions, not go back to the applicant and say, you need to turn the music down? Because I've got the records here, nothing happened. The breach continued all the way through the event, from day 1 to day 4. And the engineer knew that in Woodside Farm and in Barkston, because I've got the records here, Barkston, by the way, is worse than Woodside Farm. I've got the levels here. So the breach is not just in one place, it's in Barkston too, and I can tell you the levels. And the background level also is in these records too. It was 35 before the event started, and it's on their records. So let's get the truth here. Why did they not turn the levels down? I know the reason why, I think you do too, but they knew, they informed the resident in the farm, they were breaching the conditions, and the engineer said, there's nothing I can do about it, to a resident.
Well, unfortunately, the position that this questioner is in is that he's sitting there with information which is not processed, which is not redacted, which is not dealt with in a way in which the standard requires it to be redacted. So the opinion as to whether it was breaching or not in Barkston, for example, is only surmise on his part, and it's not something that I agree with. However, that doesn't mean that I don't feel responsibility towards him and the other residents to mitigate as much
Could
as
he
possible.
answer the question?
I am answering the
Well, you're
question.
not.
Well, if you stop interrupting, then you'll hear the answer. In terms of Woodside Farm, there were some complications at Woodside Farm because it's not an excuse, but it was a difficult location to monitor in because there was a dog in the farmyard. There was also a loud alarm in the farmyard, which went off whenever the dog moved around in the farmyard. So there were a number of other noises going on. And it was difficult to get a clear view of the noise level. We worked with Mr. Marchenko, who went to Woodside Farm, and we discussed the situation with him. We made as much effort as we could to mitigate without literally turning off the stage that was causing impact. But we accept that the levels at Woodside Farm were higher than we would have wanted them to be, and they were above the prescribed level in the license. That is what has driven the changes for this year. We were quite open about it, and we discussed the matter quite clearly with the council's representative, and it was decided on balance that we would minimise the effect as much as possible. But because the site was downwind and because of the proximity, it was very difficult. In fact, Woodside Farm had not been included in the original noise management plan. That's an omission, that's a mistake, but it was only not included in the plan simply because we were unfamiliar with the area. I was unfamiliar with the area, and I chose representative locations for monitoring positions, which is the normal practice. When I got to the site, I realized that Woodside Farm was very close to the site and therefore installed a noise meter. It might not have been planned in the noise management plan, but a noise meter was installed before the event took place. So actions were taken, that data was collected, and it was given openly to the council. So we understand that the position of Councillor Evans and his reliance upon Woodside Farm as being the crime that's in this particular instance, but we did everything we could to mitigate. And now for this coming year, we've been absolute in the actions to make sure that that can't happen again. We have also offered hotel accommodation to the resident and security on their property should they wish to take it. That's not an abnormal thing. That happens in many other locations. That we don't assume that that removes our responsibility at Woodside Farm, but we've offered it as a possibility should they wish to take it up.
Councillor Evans may wish to come back, but I would like to just intervene for a moment, because it seemed to me he was asking a very straightforward question that during the course of the festival, some sort of exchange took place where there was acknowledgement that the sound levels were being breached, but nothing was done other than collecting data. You yourself, in giving your earlier evidence, said that you'd been out and about, and there were some locations where you were saying, oh, this is a little bit higher than we would like it to be, but nothing was done during the time other than collecting data. So I think the question is, if I might put words in your mouth, Councillor Evans, is if last year when breaches were identified, whether it was the Friday or the Saturday or the Sunday, nothing was done at that time to address it, is that going to be the case again this year? That you'll collect the data, but if you actually find there's breaches, there'll be nothing done to reduce noise levels at that point in real time. And I'd like a simple, without all due respect, I'd like a straightforward answer. I don't know whether you want to answer that.
2 emails, got no response pointing out this problem, and got no response from the applicant.
It's important for the various people, their representation. That seems to be a key issue, that they felt nothing was done other than collecting the information where the breaches occurred. What will you do to actually intervene when breaches are identified, if they are?
Well, with respect, sir, when I spoke earlier about being in Boxton Village and Plungar and Red Mile, I was observing subjectively. I maintained that the festival was operating within the prescribed limits of the license, but I made a subjective assessment that the impact, the daytime impact, could be improved, and therefore I improved it. That doesn't mean that we accept that we were in breach of the license. Far from it. We're looking to improve amenity here. We're not treating the license conditions as a maximum. We're treating them as guidance to maintain as the amenity of residents. So we maintain there were no breaches in Barkston or in Plungar or in Red Mile during the hours of music performance. However, we accept that noise levels at Woodside Farm were in excess of the licence levels by a degree, and that it was a situation which was difficult to manage, but we did manage it with the agreement of Mr. Marchenko, is representing the council, and we did everything in our power to mitigate the effect. We're just taking the source away this year. We're eliminating that risk by taking the source away.
I thank you for that. I'm sorry, I'm hijacking your question, Councillor Evans. But we heard from another expert earlier on noise, and he used the term at the end of the day, or I'm kind of putting words into his mouth, there's a degree of subjectivity. And I thought that was very interesting. That was said, you know, that you can measure with instruments, but actually sometimes you've actually got to be there, which is what you seem to be saying. And so I'm going to repose the question one last time, and I'd like a succinct answer. Is Noisily open to the proposition that if during the course of this year's festival, whether subjectively or otherwise, it's identified that noise levels are causing a noticeable impact, to intervene during the course of the festival rather than wanting to learn from it afterwards? Yes or no?
Yes, sir, because we have the system in place to be able to monitor that.
Do you want to ask anything further?
Funny you should say that, Chair. Those are the exact words that were given to us for last year's festival. We said, if there is a problem, if there is an issue, if we have a number of complaints, will you react and will you turn? There is a thing called a volume control down. And I was told by Will, the applicant, he would ensure it stayed within the terms of the conditions of the license.
Yes. Can I just remind you, because I've probably been over generous in allowing statements. This is for questions, not for statements. You will have an opportunity later on towards the end of the proceedings to do a degree of sort of summing up.
My questions are around noise. Chris has said that they prepared to move the people from Woodside Farm out for the duration. Chris, does that mean you expect to breach the conditions again at Woodside Farm?
No, it's because we accept the concerns, and it was an offer that I made to them at the end of last year's event as a suggestion. It wasn't designed as a you know, an encouragement, or we're not moving them out. We have no right or expectation or desire to do such a thing. It was a suggestion I made because it's a way of ensuring that they cannot, under any circumstance, be affected by overnight noise. That offer still stands, and it's there for them to take if they wish. It doesn't absolve the festival from the responsibility of maintaining their amenity should they decide not to take it up and stay in place. We're not trying to encourage them or force them or winkle them or anything like that. It's just a way of allowing them assurance that there is a way, if they wish to take it, of guaranteeing that they would not be affected by the event.
Okay, thanks. If they do move out, am I correct in assuming that you will not then need to monitor the noise there, because it won't be, I can't remember the name now, noise sensitive receptor? Is that what the word is?
Well, we would still monitor at that location. If the property was uninhabited, it wouldn't be a noise sensitive receptor, but we would still monitor noise at that location, and we would still be monitoring at all the other locations. We're just seeking to provide assurance to the residents that they have a means of guaranteeing that they would not be disturbed.
Okay, just one final thing. I think it might have been covered by the chairman, but I can't quite remember. I'm a bit confused because sometimes you say you've breached the licensing conditions re noise, and sometimes you haven't. But I think it's quite clear from the documents that the licensing conditions were breached at Woodside Farm. And it's quite clear from looking at the map, it's been breached sort of all the time, and you couldn't or wouldn't or didn't do anything about it. And I think the chair asked, and if he didn't, I want to ask, should we have an incident next year where you can see with your dynamic system that there's a breach of the noise licensing conditions, will you turn the noise down?
Of course, we have to comply with the limits that are imposed by the license. That's what the license is for. We were in a situation last year where we were learning about the site, and unfortunately, Woodside Farm was not factored in the calculations when we did the initial modelling. Now, that's an omission, and I have to accept responsibility for that emission because I did the modelling. But had we included Woodside Farm in the modelling, then we would have done something different about the location of liquid stage. I'm going to put my hands up and agree that that's the situation, but that's not an intentional act. It's learning about a new site and implementing the lessons learned from it. Of course, the whole point of having a real-time monitoring system is to reduce sound levels or increase sound levels, even if the levels are particularly low, to optimize the site and the amenity of the residents. That's what it's all about. However, the root of that is designing the site. It's the source noise that's the critical thing, because that is what causes the impact. And so the effort that goes into the design of the site, the design of the stages, and the containment of noise on the site is absolutely critical in order to get the effect, the result that one wants in the community.
Okay, thanks. What I'm picking up though is the experience of last year that breaches can be made and they can happen for 4 days, and there is absolutely no penalty for the festival organisers on the day. The only penalty is coming back here for a nice chat next year. Isn't it about the same thing?
Well, the purpose of a license is to facilitate events whilst reducing public impact, community impact to a reasonable level. Now, were the festival to go on for 6 weeks, then the situation would be a very, very different thing to a festival that goes on for a short period of time, or any event that goes on for a short period of time. So what the purpose of the license is to balance the amenity of residents, given the nature of the event, the desirability of the event for the area and for the promoter and customers and all the rest of it. So what we seek to do is make sure that the levels on site are optimized whilst maintaining that amenity, and that's a very fine balance. And the lower you make the sound levels, the more difficult that balance becomes. Because if we're trying to measure 40 decibels in a background level that's at 35 decibels, then the two are so close to each other that it's very, very difficult to discern. A 3 decibel change in noise level is undetectable to most people. It's only just audible. A 2 decibel change in noise level is only audible to a musician who's got a trained ear. However, that's the broadband noise levels. And we see here that the broadband noise levels at Woodside Farm were approximately 10 decibels above the background level, which in the background level was about 35 decibels, which is normal for that kind of environment. And the normal control limits for a festival of this kind would be 45 decibels. So under normal conditions, for an event of this kind, it would have been compliant. But as it was, the noise levels were 5 decibels over what the control limit said. Now, it's very hard to manipulate 5 decibels. But anyway, it isn't broadband noise that's the problem. And I don't think it's broadband noise that's the problem at any of the locations around this festival. It's about bass beats. It's bass beats that are causing the disturbance, and it's bass beats that are the main bone of contention. And therefore, bass beats are a dynamic thing. If you were to measure the equivalent level of bass beats, you would conclude that the noise levels were fine, but they're not, because the bass beats are intermittent pulses that cause air movement and disturbance. Obviously, you know what they are. But if you integrate the energy in the bass beats and level it into an equivalent noise level, it's relatively low. So what we have to do is eliminate bass beats. And that's a very difficult thing, because all of the controls that are available to the council, be it C-weighted measurements, A-weighted measurements, all the metrics that are cited in the Noise Council guidance don't look at bass beats. So it becomes, there's no means of properly measuring them, therefore it becomes a subjective issue.
Okay. I hear all this and I'm bamboozled by the science. I'm simple soul, perhaps rather be gardening than here. But all I know is the experience, despite what you say, Chris, about it being quiet, the experience of our parishioners is it's really noisy overnight. So I don't ask anything else, and thank
It's
you.
okay. I mean, you have the opportunity to
Yeah.
add something in summation. But
I
if
think we
no
go
further
around in
questions-
circles now, so thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Let's check with my applicant. No. Okay, we've now heard from all the representations and from the license holder. We now move to closing speeches. And closing speeches are just that. So you don't have to limit yourselves to questions. And I will invite in turn the people who've given representation here today. So the first person is the applicant, Councillor Cherry Underwood.
Turn my mic on first. How about that? I'll endeavour to try and sum up. I think maybe to pick up on a point that was just being made, without being blinded by the science, the technology, the detail of the noise, the subjective, etc. Let's be clear about the impact that it's had on the community. That's why we're here. Just some clarification points in terms of the discrepancies perhaps that were being questioned around the police's response. The Vale Parishes Group have met with the police and they quoted 2 RTCs, 1 arrest and 1 death. And that's from Sergeant David who sits on the SAG. The details around the previous reviews and complaints are actually from Market Harborough, from an FOI from Market Harborough or from Harbour Authority. And they identified the complaints and the breach that led to the review. Quickly to pick up on the point around the SAGs, that parishes aren't happy with the position that's been presented to us from the SAGs, and as such have pushed for a response to have some kind of intermediary group there, and that's related to Noisley and Forbidden Forest. So we've been pushing for that, and in fact we weren't happy with what was fed back to us initially, hence Melton hosted a meeting between Noisley and the parishes and Beaver back in November, and we're still waiting for a meeting with highways and police as a result of that. So there is still ongoing concerns. It's perhaps worth reiterating that whilst Stathern initiated the review, your pack includes representation from 6 local parish councils with a combined population of 7,000, all in favour of the review and all of whom have had substantial complaints from residents. That the Vale Parishes Group was initiated really as a consequence of that. That covers Harby, Hose, Long Clawson, Stathern, Redmile, Boxton, Plunga, Woolsthorpe in Beaver, Denton, Eton, Bottisford and Crowson Kerrill. All of those parishes have requested that we make representation here today with concerns. We can have a debate about the technical expertise of the independent company, who I'm happy to give you the details of, who the parish council reached out to. But I think that's really for the technical advisors to discuss. The bottom line is the level of the noise, the length of time that it went on for, and the type of noise that we experienced was not acceptable. In their report, Hydrock referred to the greater sound monitoring. We've talked about mitigation repeatedly. It's not about where the monitoring is or the type of monitoring. It's about the volume and the length of time that music plays. There's been reference to a dynamic response. If there was a dynamic response, why were we subject to that as we were in 2023? In the report on actions for 2024, the organisers refer to or identify a small internal breach of small sound systems used by concessions. But again, after 4 days, why wasn't that rectified? If there was a dynamic response, why was that not rectified? That goes to the heart of our trust and confidence in these organisers to respond. Woodside Farm is indeed a working farm. it's been identified that they were not included in the noise model prior to the event, and the omission was unfortunate, but simply due to unfamiliarity with the district. This is a company who came and presented, they did, at the Beaver Castle to the parishes, who came and presented to you, who came and been part of the SAG. How was it that that was missed, that venue was missed so close to the location? Woodside Farm is a working farm, were at the height of their harvesting period and unable to sleep at all. For 3 nights, those residents were subject to, and I quote, it is in your pack, cruel levels of noise that went on to affect them for days after. As part of their mitigation, the organisers have offered to move busy farmers out of their farm at the height of their working year. Does that seem acceptable? I failed to see how farm machinery and a barking dog can impact the levels of noise that we're talking about right now. The proposed modelling for 2024 provides no reassurance to us as a Vale Parishes Group. We've been provided all this promise in 2023 and still we are where we are. It's clear from the responses from Market Harborough that this was repeated in Harborough. The impact on the community was considerable, well documented to officers in Melton Borough Council, to ward and county councillors, Leicestershire Police, parish councils and the event organisers themselves. On behalf of the 14 villages that I've mentioned and the 10,000 plus residents that we represent, we request that the committee strongly consider revoking this licence in line with your original position a couple of years ago. If, however, you still feel unable to do this, please consider the following suitable mitigation to protect residents. Request that a more suitable venue be identified, that conditions be placed on the festival for the music to stop at 11:30. This would align it with festivals that you have just licensed, so Forbidden Forest, but also local festivals such as Detonate and Download. To provide a fully secure perimeter fence as previously required, not to rely on densely populated woods, and to provide a more robust and appropriate traffic management plan. Further, we'd like to ask that the licensing committee consider adopting cumulative, I can't say it, you all won't be able to, cumulative impact assessments as guided by the Local Government Association for licensed events in the Vale of Beaver. We've identified now there are 22 large-scale events that will happen in the Vale of Beaver on the Beaver estate between March and November. That cumulative impact on the community is considerable. And I am certain that myself or one of my colleagues will be here at every licensing hearing as a result. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll move on to the interested parties, and you're all invited if you wish to make a closing speech, but it's not obligatory. So I'll take people in the order they first came. So Councillor Ian Lowther.
Apologies, Chair, I'm going to have to leave. I don't normally work on a Monday and this was my absolute cut-off point, so apologies. Simon can take over in my stead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that our parish council, and I suspect the whole of the Vale Parishes Group, have lost complete confidence in the management of Noisley Festival. They make lots of promises and they don't do anything. They promise to come out to people's properties and monitor the noise, and they didn't do that. They also promised us that we wouldn't have any how can I put it, any nuisance from the noise, although we accepted that we might hear it a little bit. That wasn't true either, and nothing was done about it. We suspect that it'll be the same next year. I've seen that seen the plan that's been drawn up, projecting where the noise was going to be. Surely they did that last year and it failed. I see that as just a wish list. It's just something that they hope might happen. We suspect it won't happen, and we'd like to strongly ask you to restrict the noise, or not the noise, to restrict the hours. If it finishes at 11 o'clock, we cannot possibly then, our residents won't be bothered by noise. They are at the moment. So no matter what the applicant says, our people are severely affected by noise, and you've heard from some of them. You've seen the letters. I get earache in the pub about it all the time. So I'd like to ask that if you can't revoke the licence, that it closes at 11 o'clock, the same as other large festivals, and also that the whole site should be made secure, properly secure with a fence. 3 days, a 3-day festival would be less impact on our community as well. And we're not really happy about the noise monitoring being done in-house, because although Chris is an independent acoustic engineer, he's paid for by Noisily. So that's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
Very much. Andrew Gurr. It's like being called in the doctor's waiting surgery.
Just a few comments. I was quite interested to hear the summing up from the team. It appears that there's no evidence of any drug taking, but somebody was arrested for possession to supply. There's no evidence that there was no secure perimeter apart from there is no fence that goes all the way around. As a layman, I was just sat there listening to it all saying, is this not contradictory? Reference the noise. Yes, it is subjective. If it was just me that was awake, then I would turn around and say, okay, I'm a very light sleeper. But when my wife is pacing up and down at the same time, the dog is restless, the cat is restless, I would suggest it's a bit more. Then in the morning when we came out and everybody in the village was going, did you hear that? Did you get any sleep? Yes, it was nice of you to shut it off at 4 o'clock, but the dawn chorus starts at 5. So yeah, I got limited sleep. Sleep deprivation, not a good thing. So we could not do lots of things we wanted to that weekend because of this. I looked through the data and I have to admit, I dismissed it. I don't think it's very accurate. Where did you get your meteorological data from? Yes.
Sorry, we're past the point.
Oh,
of
sorry.
Questions
Right.
now, so
I was
if
trying
you
to
make
explain that
further.
when I looked at it, all the meteorological data was incorrect. So therefore the sound broadcasting, etc., would be incorrect. That's why I didn't take it. How do I know that? I've got a weather station in the back garden. I know it's sad, but it gives me exact information of what the weather was like that day. And when we brought forward things such as low cloud bases, increasing the sound towards us, it was dismissed by the so-called expert as, well, that doesn't affect it, but we know it does. In summary, I would like the festival to finish at 11, preferably having listened to all of this. I'd like it not to happen because I don't trust that they will finish when they say. They say that it may take 2 years to get it right for the sound levels. I'm not prepared to put my family through that again. I think it would be incredibly unfair. You asked why they had to keep going, and they said because to give people things to do. But it was said that the Noisily Festival just isn't music. There's lots of other interesting things to do. So stop the music at 11 and do the other interesting things afterwards, and then we can get to sleep. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Davis. Yeah, sorry, Duncan has left, hasn't he? Yeah. Kelly Davis, sorry.
I'll do my best to make it quick because I'm mindful that we're already on over 4 hours of all sitting here. So after hearing all of the representation today, after obviously presenting my own representation, I want to close out by reiterating what I said when I presented my representation, which is if Noisily, its traders, its staff, SAG, community, organisers, etc., all work together, if the communication is there, if the communication from you guys, both as a borough and a parish council's there, then I personally do not see any reason why it should not work personally. The organisers, licensers, when you guys asked about the late night entertainment, said that they go to that time because of their lighting display, and naturally the lighting display is not going to look as good in daytime. So I would personally suggest things like a silent disco outside, your headphones on, so the residents aren't hearing the noise because everyone's in headphones, but they're still out, they're still dancing, you can still see the light show, and therefore by proxy, everybody is happy. I would like you guys, number one, to allow the festival to continue, but also within that, I would like the organisers to take on the feedback that myself and the other representatives have said, so that we do not, this time next year, sit and have the same conversation over and over and over. If it's going to take 2 years to get it right, in theory, we should be right in the summer and not have to sit here again. And I think personally, I can't speak for everybody else behind me, but I am all for this festival this year. And as I've already happily promoted them on my blog, I've already happily promoted them on my socials. But if things aren't any better next year, I might have to change my tune, and that would be a shame, especially with who they target.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Evans has had to leave. He's not just left the room. So I'll move on to the responsible authority, which is Robin Marston.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. As we've all discussed, last year was the first year of the event, and it is a learning curve, as Mr. Beale said. It's the first time on that site for that event. For whatever reason, Woodside Farm was omitted from the original modelling. So obviously that would have a massive impact on those stage positions last year. The company noisily have taken action and have moved that stage for this year. So the modelling predictions for this year are much better than they were previous for 2023. In addition, Melton Borough Council will be actively monitoring this event this year, not just through installed meters, but also actively on site and around the villages as well during most of the period of the event. In terms of how we address that dynamic, myself and the organisers will have close relationship during the event. We will also have briefings or discussions on a daily basis to ensure that anything does happen on a previous day can be addressed quickly and not left to drift for potentially 4 days. And as I said, we've already worked through the licensing conditions from the original license, and we believe that they are acceptable for this location. But it may be something that we can work at with the consultants moving forward as to whether anything else would be beneficial to this environment. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, I'll invite the licence holder to make their closing speech.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time. I will make this as brief as I can. I don't intend to sort of make any argument or comment about areas where questions and statements may or may not have been made, because I'm sure you'll have been advised upon those. And this has been a long hearing. You've heard, from our side, and I hope you will agree that they are committed to this event. I accept that we are not all technical noise experts, but I don't think anyone could doubt or question Mr. Beale's knowledge and experience in this sector. I don't think which is shared perhaps by any of us in this room. There's also been a lot of allegations, I think probably unfairly made, about things that were and were not said by him. Again, I'm sure you'll take legal advice on the weight to be attached to those comments. I don't think we can dismiss. I accept here there is a criticism and a feeling of unfairness about the role of the SAG. The role of the SAG is a national role. It's not distinct to this borough. And if there are criticisms of that process, it would be my submission that they can't actually be laid. It's not our fault. We are working within the process. The police, highways, fire, the council, all of the relevant statutory agencies are called in to be involved in those councils' environmental health. And I know within your report at paragraph 9.3, I just want to highlight there the comments which was made about the SAG report and the licence remaining in place, and also just reminding you of all of the statutory powers that those individuals have. Someone asked, why wasn't anything done? The police and environmental health can close an event down without readings for public, for in relation to the prevention of crime and disorder or public nuisance. They have that statutory power outside of this licence. A closure notice is there and it exists for a reason. Sticking with the responsible authorities, if we start to look at hard and fast evidence here, which you can attach serious weight to, you had no adverse comments whatsoever from any of the responsible authorities. The only representation we have is from environmental health, which I will move on to. Nothing from the police, nothing from fire, nothing from highways. There is nothing to suggest that crime and disorder was a problem at all last year. The police were involved from beginning to end and have made no adverse comment whatsoever. In terms of environmental health, we're very, very grateful that, and I say this with no disrespect to last year, but if the council perhaps weren't in a position to engage and monitor to a level of which they would like due to a lack of technical expertise, again, that's not something which we were able to address. Mr. Marston's involvement has been, and the comments he just made there, in my opinion, were measured and they were a reasoned response. What he has said is that he will be actively monitoring. He is your responsible authority, responsible for the prevention of public nuisance. He is a qualified environmental health officer. He's talked about the close relationship that he's built with Mr. Beale. He's talked about how he has worked through the conditions. You can be prosecuted and have an unlimited fine for breach of licence conditions. So to say why wasn't anything done, if there were evidence of a substantial breach here, there is the risk of prosecution. No enforcement action has been taken or even suggested at any point. We want to continue to work with all of the responsible authorities. Mr. Marston talked about the fact that he thought acceptable locations for noise reading could be taken place, which would be beneficial to the residents. We would ask you to accept that position and accept the submissions which we have made here today. The point has been made repeatedly about making this an 11 p.m. cutoff. This is very different to Forbidden Forest, and a silent disco would not be commercially viable. We have already sold nearly half of the proposed 6,000 tickets for this year. Those people have bought their tickets in a genuine and reasoned expectation that the festival will go ahead in the same way that it did last year and in the same way that it's done for over 10 years. I'm not going to go through what happened with Market Harbour. I have been the solicitor representing Noisily for many years. There were very different dynamics, and it is not that we are repeated offenders. In a particular environment, there are issues to address, which were always done so, and there were never objections from responsible authorities. These were always personalities and individual relationships that had to be worked through. We weren't year on year on year, review. It's just not true. And so I would ask you to look at the evidence which is in front of you under those 4 headings and consider very heavily the input and response of your responsible authorities. We would ask you to permit this year's festival to go ahead with the same terminal hours that we operated to last year, but this time with those additional conditions, measures which have been put in place and agreed with your environmental health officer, the one responsible authority that made a comment.
Thank you.
I don't know if you have anything to say. I have a few pointers I want to make in terms of issues for your consideration, but I don't know if you had anything else you want to say.
That's really for when we retire, isn't it?
Well, no,
Well, we'll do that then.
Chair, I know that you're familiar with many of the issues, but for the benefit of the parties, I just want to run through a few points. And what I would say in relation to your last point was obviously if I do give, I'm available, I'm with you, I can give further advice when you're retired, but it is a duty of fairness to ensure that any advice on which you've relied is passed to the parties. I just want to make a few pointers. Clearly, the first thing to consider is whether what you've heard today points towards breach of the existing conditions on the licence and whether the licensing objectives have been undermined as a result of that. If you find that to be the case, then for each one of those, you need to consider what the impact was and how those can be addressed. So consider whether the applicant's proposals for this year, the licence holders' proposals for this year, or anything said by the applicant or the other parties making representations would be sufficient. What you have to bear in mind is that anything you do should be appropriate and proportionate. So there has been a suggestion from some parties that the licence be revoked. It would be inappropriate to take such a course if you could deal with the issues with a lesser course of action, such as changing conditions. As the licence holder solicitors said, there's no point in bringing in issues about what may or may not have happened with Market Harbour. That's a different licence or a different site at a different time, and there's no material of any substance before you in relation to that anyway. There was a reference also to the Noise Act, which somebody said made it incumbent that there was no noise at all after 11 o'clock. That's not the case. All that does is give additional enforcement powers to the council. But again, as mentioned by the licence holders, solicitors, all those, and in the report, all the existing powers for those bodies continue. So if they see fit, regardless of the conditions you impose, if offences are committed, they can take appropriate enforcement action. The licence holder solicitor also said that the police are the source of advice on crime disorder. That is true with one qualification. The statutory guidance says they should be the main source of advice in relation to crime and disorder issues. So, of course, it doesn't preclude you from hearing from other parties and making your own decision based on what they've told you about the presence or absence of crime. The conditions which you, put it another way, if you consider attaching conditions or varying or modifying existing conditions to deal with the issues, they have to be within the control of the licence holder. There was comments regarding the failure of police and highways to meet with the parishes. Well, that's outside the control of the licence holder in any event, so that couldn't be something you could impose, for example. But of course, the type of condition that might be appropriate will vary with each issue, and you've heard from the parties with suggestions. And finally, it was suggested that the council adopts a cumulative impact policy. Well, that's not something that this committee can do in relation to this licence application. That's something that could be considered completely separately, but say certainly not something that's open to them today. So that would have to be disregarded. So hopefully, Chair, that's been helpful. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. We've now reached the conclusion of this part of the proceedings, and the subcommittee and legal advisor will leave the meeting and retire for their deliberations. When we return, we'll give that decision, or it will be announced. Now, given how long we've taken to present and discuss, I'm making no promises on how long it will take us to reach and properly set out our findings. But you are all entitled to remain and to be here when we come back and actually announce what we've decided. Yes.
Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I really need to leave to get to work.
It's entirely
My colleague Ian will stay.
Yeah, yeah. I understand that, you know, it's 2:15. It's been a long morning come afternoon, but thank you everybody who has attended. Can I just?
Well, I'm just going to say, can you suggest?
Thank you all for attending. If you're not able to stay till later, what I would suggest is you can reasonably assume that at the very earliest we won't be back until 3:15. So if you want to go off somewhere and grab a bite to eat or walk around the park or do whatever, you'll be safe to do so, and we'll at the earliest be back by 3:15. But that's not a promise. So I've just been reminded, if you stay here in the room, make sure the microphone's off, because otherwise you'll be audible on YouTube. Hello again, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I'm just going to ask the question. It looks to me as there aren't coats hanging over chairs, that those who aren't here have now left for the afternoon, not just nipped out to the toilet or whatever. Yeah.
We've been here since maybe 5 past and no one else has left.
Well, in that case, as I say, thank you for your patience. The subcommittee has reached a decision, and I'm going to hand over to our legal advisor to present a summary of that decision.
As indicated, this is a summary of the decision, and as required by the regulations, a formal decision will be issued within 5 days and sent to all parties, not just those here or those who were here earlier, but those who made representations and didn't attend. What I'd say in that respect, if there's anybody who hasn't given their contact details, please make sure we've got them before you leave, just so that we make sure the decision notice goes to the right people. Okay. As you'll be aware, the members this morning heard a considerable amount of detail from all parties regarding issues that have arisen or believed to have arisen in relation to the event that was held in 2023 and the steps that were taken or proposed to be taken this year in relation to the festival. Having considered what was said today and all previous documentation submitted, members made a number of findings. Members said that on the material before them, it was hard to identify any specific issue regarding the protection of children from harm, which justifies any specific conditions or restrictions on the licence. Similarly, in relation to crime disorder, even though there is a reported death at the site and one arrest for a drug-related offence, members are not satisfied that there is material before them indicating direct culpability of the licence holder, which would justify additional conditions or other action being taken in relation to the licence to address crime and disorder concerns. Members noted the revised traffic and highway safety management plan, which they believe will address the concerns that have been raised regarding access to the site. And for that purpose, the agreed traffic management plan shall be formally treated as forming part of the licence. Members were, however, concerned about noise levels and the widespread impact of these. The material before them included both first-hand accounts from first-hand accounts from residents and technical evidence. The comments made by the environmental health officer in relation to the subjectivity of noise nuisance makes clear that both these types of material carry significant weight. Accordingly, the panel decided that it's necessary to take some action to address the risk of further noise nuisance being caused, and considering the steps available to it, believe that the appropriate step is to modify certain conditions of the licence. As with all these, they'll be given in more detail, so there is an element of summarising here, so please don't be too worried about that. First, the noise plan, which must be submitted in accordance with the current licence, must take into account the matters set out in the document from Hydrock dated the 18th of February 2024 and submitted by the licence holder in response to this review application. The noise plan and the modelling in it shall be approved by the Council's environmental health officers or appointed expert. The Council's environmental health officer shall determine whether the levels set out in the licence and associated noise plan are exceeded at any time during the event, and as to whether adjustment is required to respond to those. And further, there shall be no amplified music at the event after midnight on any of the days on which it's operating. Further, the members believe it's appropriate to add a condition which requires the Vale group of parish councils. Now, that I note that the parish council representatives have all left, so we will indicate with clarity the membership of that so that you have no doubt as to who is involved. But the Vale group is to be consulted in relation to noise monitoring, security and highways matters at least 6 weeks prior to the event, and a further debriefing shall be carried out with the Vale group within 4 weeks after the event. And so that will be given in more detail and express reference to the relevant parts of the licence within 5 working days.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the hearing. Thank you all for attending, and thank you all those who participated for the clarity of your presentation, which was very helpful to the subcommittee. Thank you.